Mr. Paris Leoy joined the JN Board of Directors in June 2007 and has been a board member of the JN Foundation since that year. He became chairman in 2018 and has also served as chairman of JN Small Business Loans, another member of the JN Group since 2009. Beyond JN, Mr. Leoy also serves as a member of the board of directors of the Mona Geoinformatics Institute and chairman of Caribbean Cement Company Limited, and sits on various committees at the Mona campus of the university. To his discipline, Mr. Leoy remains a member of the Geological Society of Jamaica, which he also serves as president, the International Committee of Studies of Bauxite, Alumina, and Aluminium, and the Society of Mining Engineers of the American Institute of Mining, Metallurgical and Petroleum Engineers. A geologist and mineral engineer, Mr. Leoy worked at the Jamaica Bauxite Institute since its inception in 1976 and was its executive director for 23 years. A remarkable public servant, Mr. Leoy was conferred with the Order of Distinction in the rank of officer in 1988 and with the Order of Distinction in the rank of commander in 2007 by the government of Jamaica for his service to the country's bauxite aluminum industry. Mr. Paris Leoy, OD, will now welcome us to the JN Foundation Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Water Summit 2021.
It says I can't do it.
Wherever you want to be, JN can be there with you. So bank on your time with JN Bank Live. Online banking that goes where you go. JN Bank makes banking easy with our mobile banking platform designed with you in mind. Now you can check balances from your favorite spot in the garden, transfer funds, or top up your phone while trying new recipes.
I'm clicking it, but I keep on saying that
Pay utility bills from the comfort of your workstation. Just sign in to JN Bank Live online banking and you're good to go. A faster, safer digital experience. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Keep on saying that I can't do it.
She has also held key positions at the International Monetary Fund. Before joining the IMF, she served as Deputy Manager of the Research Department of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. She's a friend of Jamaica and a believer in the development and emergence of the Caribbean. Please welcome Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones of the Country Department, Caribbean Group, IDB.
I'm trying. You cannot start.
Therese Turner-Jones, Country Representative for the Inter-American Development Bank in Jamaica. It gives me great pleasure to represent the Inter-American Development Bank on this important occasion of Jamaica National Foundation to be able to host this Innovation Summit focusing on climate change and sustainability, but with special emphasis on water. I recall when we first started this project in the conference room with Oni Camilla and with Earl Jarrett and with Wayne Beecher and other members of the IIT team, I walked away with a bottle of water that was labeled Project Water, which is unfortunately on my desk in my office on Montrose Road and not here at home. We're now living in an entirely different new way of working and being because of COVID. I can't say how important this particular event is to be focusing on water, scarce resources, which is why we started the project in the first place. Looking at ways in which the financial sector, and specifically JN, can encourage its own members of clients to think about water harvesting in their homes, to think about different ways to conserve water and energy. This comes at a time when the world is focused on these issues. We just had Earth Day on November 22nd, so it's also timely. It reminds us that our planet has scarce resources. And I think the focus of this summit, which is getting actual government policies to support the whole initiative towards water harvesting mechanisms inside homes and using housing units as the mechanism for bringing this message to everyone in Jamaica is an excellent idea, which we fully support. The IDB's work in Jamaica and in the water sector is long-standing. We have an emblematic project working with the National Water Commission on non-revenue water. So to support something like this in the private sector, which just broadens the whole scope of water scarcity and awareness raising around water, is really, really important. What's even more important is we're doing this in a pandemic, in a global pandemic, where water has been crucial to the survival of everybody on this planet, to wash our hands, to sanitize, to help in the health centers, and we couldn't live without water. So I congratulate Jamaica National for doing this. The IUB stands ready to partner with you on another project if it comes up, and we're really here to support all of these efforts, not just by the private sector or by the government, but I want to say that these types of projects really bring home at the individual level initiatives that we as households can do ourselves. So we need to think about saving water, we need to think about water harvesting, we need to think about putting in toilets that use less water, faucets that have the right kind of mechanism so as not to waste water. There are a whole raft of tools we can use in this effort, and it's huge. So congratulations again to Jamaica National. IDB is happy to be here, and certainly I'm happy to bring these remarks. Thank you so much.
Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. Honorable Earl Jarrett, Deputy Chairman and CEO of the Jamaica National Group. Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, IDB General Manager and Country Representative, Jamaica and the Caribbean. Mr. Basil Fernandez, our Summit Rapporteur, host, hydrogeologist, and former Managing Director of the Water Resources Authority. Guest speakers, moderators for panel discussions, and panelists, executives and members of staff of the JN Foundation and the Jamaica National Group. Ladies and gentlemen who are joining us online, a very pleasant and warm good morning. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome you to this two-day JN Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Water Summit. This summit, held under the theme, Water is Life, is a true testament to the value which Jamaicans have placed on this subject. Jamaica, the land of wood and water. As Jamaicans, we say that proudly. But why is it that as far back as I can remember, we have been having water-related problems and stress in one form or the other, which is now compounded by the realization of the impacts of climate change? Why is it that we are still having the indignity of some of our people carrying water on their heads for miles in some areas? Meanwhile, elsewhere, there's flooding today and drought conditions tomorrow. Our Jamaica National has been around for more than 140 years, and from day one has always been seeking to improve the quality of life of our people. Under our Water Project Jamaica, we have been focusing on ways to ensure that every person in Jamaica has access to good, clean water all the time in practical ways. Now, solving this long-standing water problem is not an easy task, and we cannot do it alone. The government cannot do it alone. That is why we are hosting this special webinar to bring together in one place over these 2 special days expert and experienced scientists, engineers, hydrogeologists, economists, financiers, policymakers, social scientists, and many other stakeholders, not just to discuss the issues, but to have constructive dialogue and put forward the practical solution which we need to grab and put into action today, our good, as well for the good of future generations. These are unprecedented times, times which call for decisive actions and proactive approaches to address these issues. Our climate adaptation approach must involve the practices of water efficiency and conservation. Hence, the JN Foundation, through the Water Project Jamaica, seeks to improve the water efficiency of Jamaican households and to increase climate resilient housing across our country. This event, which was conceptualized by the JN Foundation through the Water Project Jamaica, with the great help from our partners, has brought to the table policymakers, regulators, environmentalists, urban planners, and entrepreneurs to discuss water-related issues. These issues include water availability and housing, water and policy, water as a commodity, urban development, water security, and food security. For the 2 days, we have assembled an all-star team of international and national experts on a wide spectrum of matters related to the management of water resources, covering the scientific, engineering, environmental, administration, policy, economic, and social aspects. They will share with us their experiences, but more importantly, give us their best recommendations for the actions we should be taking now and in the near future to address our water-related issues. We hope that the summit will present solutions to address climate resilience, with a special focus on water conservation, status of the availability of water resources in Jamaica, and the importance of climate change, our resilience capability, as well as the critical relevance to rural and urban planning to deliver water to our people. Climate smart solutions as in investments which drive conservation and agriculture. We also anticipate that the discussions will help to ensure that housing units constructed by agencies of the government of Jamaica, as well as private developers, will feature climate resilience and water conservation fittings, as well as systems as a minimum standard. Give urgency to the ratification of the draft national housing policy, specifically the area which aims to support and promote sustainable and climate resilient housing developments within the national climate change framework. It is hoped that following this two-day discourse, we will move forward with certainty and unity, with a clearer vision about how to adapt to climate change. We will be gathering all the contributions over the next couple of days, including feedback from participants to inform our stakeholders how we proceed in a meaningful way going forward. Remember that coming together is just the beginning, but keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Before I close, let me welcome and thank our special guest speakers and panelists for agreeing to participate in this critical conference, and to extend sincere appreciation to our partners who have given us unswerving support. Once again, we thank you for participating via Zoom, and it is our hope that this summit will be a productive exercise which will help us to achieve tangible results. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Chief Executive Officer and the Deputy Chairman of the Jamaica National Group Limited. Beyond serving the boards of all member companies in the JNF Group, Mr. Jarrett serves on the boards of several international and local organizations, including the FIA Foundation, Jamaica Cancer Society, and the Mona Geoinformatics Institute. He is also chairman of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. Mr. Jarrett was conferred with the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander in 2008 and the Order of Jamaica in 2018 by the Government of Jamaica for exceptional contribution to the banking and financial sectors, public service, and volunteerism.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Paris Leoyi, Chairman of the JN Foundation and our Chairman today. Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager and Country Representative, Jamaica and the Caribbean. Mr. Basil Fernandez, Summit Rapporteur and a hydrogeologist. The Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. Ms. Claudine Allen, General Manager, JN Foundation. Panelists all, guests, very special good morning, good afternoon to you wherever you are in the world, and welcome to this Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Summit Water Summit 2021. First of all, let me welcome and introduce to you Ms. Claudine Allen. Claudine? She has been recently appointed the General Manager of the JN Foundation and is in the process of developing strategies to achieve our objectives of working with government and civil society to achieve the country's goals in education, financial inclusion, road safety, environmental resilience, national security, and engagement with the diaspora and health, and generally working with the government and partners to ensure that the social and economic resilience of Jamaica is preserved and maintained in the years to come. Welcome, Claudine. Welcome. This morning's focus is on water. Jamaica was described by the Europeans when they visited in 1494, and they learned from the Taino residents that the land was called Examaica, land of wood and water. Jamaica remains a country of wood and water. However, we are facing threats caused by population growth, development, and climate change. It is interesting to note that the population in 1838 was just over 300,000 persons. Today, the population of Jamaica stands at just under 3 million persons, with an additional 2 million visitors each year who come to the island as tourists. Over that period, we have seen significant increase in housing solutions, and plans are well in place to deliver by the government an additional 70,000 housing units to meet the needs of our population for affordable housing units. The water resources also caters to the hotels and cruise ships and factories and agricultural pursuits. It is inevitable that without action, the country will not be able to meet its water needs, and the land of wood and water will simply become the land of wood. In fact, dead wood. We therefore must find ways to change the certain outcome. I must commend the government over time for its improvement in wastewater management and the introduction of sewage processing across Jamaica and the sewage lines that have been put in place. That has certainly reduced the number of septic pits that are built on sites that we construct our houses, thereby improving the groundwater quality. And during this conference, we'll hear more about groundwater and how we can improve the groundwater situation in Jamaica. The water project, funded and initiated by the IDB, had an objective to engage citizens to become the guardians of our water resources by becoming part of the movement to conserve water. The project components included the education of the Jamaican community to improve water conservation methods in their homes with high-efficiency toilets and faucets, and to purchase efficient washing machines, and to harvest rainwater for domestic use. The project also sought to engage with developers and builders to utilize water conservation strategies and techniques in the design and construction of homes and buildings in Jamaica, which should include water capture, rainwater capture, and the application of water-saving toilets and faucets. The component of providing financing and loans through the JN Bank to developers and designers of homes, architects and planners and so on, was not pursued as a consequence of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the risks that Jamaican economy faced. And therefore, we put that on pause for the time being until the economy is showing a clear pathway post-COVID-19. Today, we gather as a collective of private sector, government, international partners, to review and suggest ways in which Jamaica and the Caribbean shall become more water resilient. I thank you for participating in this conference, and I wish for the conference a success. And as you have heard from the chairman, Paris Leoyi, we will certainly put together all of the resources coming out of this conference for the public usage. Thank you very much.
I'm Claudia Allen, General Manager for the JN Foundation and Member Ombudsman for the Jamaica National Group. The Jamaica National Foundation Water Project is a partnership between the Inter-American Development Bank, JN Bank, and the JN Foundation. The project brings action to water conservation and the need for every Jamaican household to be proactive in adopting water adaptation methodologies at home. And what this means is we encourage householders to employ water recycling technologies such as grey water recycling and rainwater harvesting so that they can reduce their consumption of water.
As a national focal point for Jamaica's pilot program for climate resilience, under which the Water Project is funded, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIUJ, is pleased to be associated with the staging of the Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Summit. I congratulate Jamaica National on hosting this very timely event, but more so for its entry into the climate change arena and demonstrating that climate change adaptation and mitigation is everybody's business.
My name is Carlington Burrell. I am the CEO of the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, CCIC. We at the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center really hope to achieve a lot more with the JN Foundation. So we hope to achieve greater number of adaptation solutions emerging from this program. We hope to achieve greater awareness. We hope to see the real impact in terms of how, not just from an innovation standpoint, but a cultural change because of this program that the JN Foundation has led.
The Jamaica National Foundation is the heart of Jamaica National. We focus on building communities and enriching lives. Now, corporate social responsibility is our business, and it is the action that Jamaica National Group takes to make sure that it does more than make a profit, that it delivers value to the communities and the people who we serve. Where water is concerned and climate change, this has to be something that's embraced by all of us, because water conservation and Jamaica's water crisis is going to affect every single Jamaican.
We need to think about water harvesting in a different way. We used to have wells in the back of our yards. We need to find new ways of harvesting water. And that can be a very growth-enhancing economic opportunity for young people who want to build rainwater tanks, install rainwater tanks, as well as service rainwater tanks. That's a whole new business.
The CCIC and the JN Foundation has been having real impactful change, not just through our entrepreneurs with the adaptation solution they've been developing, but through the involvement of the wider community. And with that, I'm sure the JN Foundation and the CCIC will have stronger, better, and even stronger partnership moving forward.
We at Jamaica National Foundation want to ensure that every Jamaican is as passionate about water conservation and climate change as we are. At the end of this initiative, we want our governments to make sure that as a minimum standard, every single housing unit built by the government features water adaptation technology. As a minimum standard, nothing extra is a part of the unit, and that we ensure that fittings such as faucets and taps are the most efficient available to householders.
Conserve, because tomorrow's generation depends on you. The future is in your hands.
Jamaica National has been a trailblazer in local climate partnership and has shown a willingness to facilitate incubation of creative ideas and spawn new leaders while leveraging their influence towards a more sustainable housing industry. I call on other players in the housing sector to adopt, adapt, and build on Jamaica National's leadership in this sphere. I challenge you to incorporate water efficiency standards and considerations in your designs, including options for turning grey water into green grey water systems.
We grew up with an abundance of water, my generation. Jamaica is a land of wood and water, and we take it for granted. We often don't pause to remember that water is a finite commodity, and without water, there is no life. So the action that each of us takes at home, our personal responsibility to conserve and to reuse and recycle water, is action that will help all of us to ensure that Jamaica's future is as lush and green and water-filled as it has always been, that we enjoy a climate that is just warm and wonderful. That is the Jamaica we've come to know and love. So your action is going to help to preserve Jamaica's future for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
The whole away.
All away.
All of us.
Please now welcome our summit rapporteur, Mr. Basil Fernandez, hydrogeologist and former managing director of the Water Resources Authority, who will now apprise us of the summit agenda. Mr. Fernandez has served the water sector for more than 50 years and was instrumental in the drafting of the Water Resources Act. He was conferred with the Order of Distinction Officer Class in 2002 and the Order of Distinction Commander Class in 2013 for his work in protecting and managing the water resources of Jamaica.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants all, good morning. All protocols observed. I have been given the task of rapporteur for this two-day water summit. Over the next 2 days, local, regional, and international experts will share their knowledge and experience on climate change, conservation, sustainability, and security of that finite and valuable resource, water. The presentations at this summit will be of the highest caliber and will, I know, generate a fulsome discussion of the issues so that at the end of day 2, firm decisions for action can be placed before the government. Today, day 1 of the summit, there will be 2 sessions with 3 panel discussions in each session, 3 before and 3 after lunch. Session 1 will deal with water availability and housing, while Session 2 will deal with water conservation and opportunities for MSMEs in agriculture and housing. Setting the stage for Session 1 will be the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. And I must say that I've been associated with Minister Charles' father from the 1970s when he served as Minister of Public Utilities and I was in that ministry, and also with the young minister now who went to school with my son, and when I visited my son up in the United States where the minister was at school, we had several conversations about his returning to Jamaica. If you listen to the minister's presentation in the sectoral debate in Parliament on 4th of May, you will know how passionate he is about his portfolio responsibilities. So we look forward to his presentation this morning. Following the minister will be a panel discussion on the case for water conservation through the installation of devices as a minimum standard in all housing solutions. This will be followed by another panel discussion on the opportunities that are available for MSMEs in agriculture and housing by practicing MSMEs in the 2 areas. The afternoon session, titled Policy and Water as a Commodity, will have as the featured presenter, the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, with responsibility for water and land, Senator the Honorable Alvin Hill. He will discuss the implications for national development of water scarcity. The Minister will be followed by the panel discussion on the national water sector policy as to whether or not the policy and its implementation will lead to access to water for all Jamaicans, which is something I know that has been set for 2030. An interesting and controversial topic will close the first day of the summit. The topic is water as an economic or social good. The panelists have been specially selected to generate a varied, diverse, and passionate points of view. I'm sure you will enjoy the discussions. On Friday, day 2 of the summit, there will be just 1 session concentrating on water and food security, a nexus of importance to Jamaicans and across the Caribbean. The Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Floyd Green, will have a presentation, Water Security, Practical Implications for Jamaica Food Security. The Minister will be represented by Mr. Joseph Giles, CEO of the National Irrigation Commission, the agency responsible for the provision of agricultural water across the island. The panel discussion that follows will be moderated by Dr. Maria Donoso, UNESCO, FIU, Chair in Sustainable Water Security, and will have a regional and distinguished panel of experts to generate discussion and ideas for water security. The panel will give a regional perspective of the issues affecting water security in the Caribbean and Jamaica. While the panel will concentrate on water adequacy and service, one cannot ignore the cybersecurity issues. There was a cyber attack on a water treatment plant in Oldsmar, Florida, some time ago, where the hacker boosted the level of sodium hydroxide, which is lye, in the water supply to 100 times the normal concentration. This had serious implications for health. The panel discussion just before lunch will be on water availability and urban planning, featuring senior persons from the NWC, the WRA, Water Resources Authority, the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, and NEPA, National Environment and Planning Agency, giving wide and diverse opinions on the role of a reliable, safe, and adequate water supply for good urban planning. It is anticipated that after the presentations, the questions will flow, pun intended, especially as we are now in the secondary rainy season, April, May, and there has been very little rain. And the Met Office is predicting below normal rainfall for the period May to June 2021. I also note that the NWC has issued a note that Hermitage is 100% full and Mona Reservoir is about 95% full, which is good as we start a long dry season. The final panel discussion will be after lunch and we'll wrap up the summit. This panel will seek to answer the question, has COVID-19 injected a new urgency in taking actions to develop solutions to climate change and water demand to reduce impacts on health and the environment? This is an important topic which can educate the public on the many impacts of COVID-19 and the absolute necessity for a reliable and safe and high-quality water supply to reduce cases and deaths from the pandemic. It will again be my task to close the summit by summarizing the issues, defining the decisions and actions to be taken, and incorporation of these decision actions in GOJ policy. Thank you, and I look forward to your keen participation in the Water Summit and the rigorous questioning of the experts on the panels to arrive at actions for implementation. We can move to the first presentation in a short while. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wherever you want to be, JN can be there with you. So bank on your time with JN Bank Live. Online banking that goes where you go. JN Bank makes banking easy with our mobile banking platform, designed with you in mind. Now you can check balances from your favorite spot in the garden, transfer funds, or top up your phone while trying new recipes. Pay utility bills from the comfort of your workstation. Just sign in to JN Bank Live online banking and you're good to go. A faster, safer digital experience. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Delivering our next set of remarks is Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr. Prior to his appointment as Minister of Housing, Minister Charles served as a minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And prior to that, he was a Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. He also served as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security. Minister Charles also serves as a chairman of the UNESCO Youth Advisory Council. He is an attorney at law by profession and is qualified to practice in Jamaica and the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr.
A very good morning to everyone. I am so pleased to be here to bring remarks at this Jamaica National Foundation Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Summit. I want to start off by thanking Mr. Earl Jarrett and the team for the invitation. This is such a critical discussion, and it is one which really reflects the need for partnership as we boost our efforts to build the housing stock in our country, but not just to build it with resilience in mind. So my remarks this morning will center around the theme, planned housing as an enabler to Jamaica's climate resiliency. And the importance of this theme is highlighted in the fact that our country, Jamaica, has a preponderance of squatter settlements, settlements where our people, our residents, are in substandard and fragile housing on the peripheries. In those areas like the riverbanks, the slopes that are prone to landslides, the areas that are high pollution areas along the waterfronts. All of these locations increase the exposure of our people to the impacts and risk related to climate change. And so the discussion is critical. These settlements are often built up incrementally and become high-density areas with low-quality materials, and so you can imagine that it exacerbates the problem. My ministry, the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, is currently engaged in a comprehensive national survey of these settlements with a view to obtaining information that will allow us to move towards solutions. We don't want to be talking only about problems. And so we are moving towards creating that planned housing with climate resiliency in mind. We've completed so far a total of 25,202 surveys across 219 settlements in Clarendon, St. Ann, Manchester, Trelawney, Hanover, St. Elizabeth. And right now, we are collecting data in St. Mary, Portland, and St. Thomas. Trends in the survey already confirm that squatting in some cases results from the need to be closer to economic opportunity, especially in areas where there is inadequate supply of affordable housing. The data that is being collected is going to inform the squatter management policy that will provide that strategic direction that we need now to address squatting with the aim of arresting the practice and fostering orderly, planned development of our land resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize that the issue is so important that building resilience for the most vulnerable who reside in these structures has to be an economic, social, and environmental priority. The circumstances that led to squatting in the first place are the same circumstances that have made informal communities vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And so, the socio-economic implications of climate change come with an attendant economic cost and serve to push informal settlements and their residents into a brutal cycle of vulnerability and entrenched poverty. This is what we, as a government, as a people, must have the resolve to solve. And building resilience through proper planning and housing development can reduce the issues associated with these communities, including health challenges and the loss of productivity, displacement due to hazards, and other risks such as untreated or contaminated water. Now, we have a national development plan. We all know it. It's defined as Vision 2030. Goal number 4 of that Vision 2030 demands that we move towards targets of a healthy environment with outcomes including sustainable management of our natural resources, hazard risk reduction, climate change adaptation, as well as sustainable urban and rural development. Now, these are not just catchphrases. These are elements that are critical if we are going to achieve safe, legal, affordable housing solutions, and if we are going to achieve economic prosperity. In keeping with these goals in mind, we have to consider a number of imperatives, such as the investment in resilient infrastructure. When you say resilient infrastructure, it's not just talking about how you build the walls. It is about what you put into the design, how you think of introducing innovation, even the kind of taps that you use. How are we increasing efficiency by the material and the implements that are introduced into our design and into our construction? Providing also temporary housing for the householders who have been displaced by flooding and land slippage. This is another very important element of what we have to do as a country. Offering technical support on the sustainable building techniques so that together with partners like JN Foundation, we can spread the narrative and message and information that there is a better way to build. There is a better way to plan. That's why forming these strategic partnerships is critical. Partnerships between the public and the private sector. Partnerships between government, inside government. And so we're working with the municipal corporations and we're working with all other ministries to make sure that we focus on achieving our ambitious target of 70,000 housing solutions, but not just building them with resiliency in mind. Now, by building the public-private collaboration through this, we intend to encourage and incentivize. We're going to be having, well, you would have heard our Prime Minister launch the low-cost housing design competition. In addition to that, we will be having at my ministry other competitions, other activities to encourage the private sector, to encourage our architects, to encourage our engineers, to encourage our students to be involved in ensuring that we are finding solutions in the way that we think and act differently. In addressing the shelter needs, for me, my focus is on the most vulnerable among us. And so, as we build to make our building affordable, it must still be comfortable. It must still be exemplary in its resilience. We have to look towards low-cost designs that consider renewable energy strategies, consider water and energy resources, water conservation and protection techniques, recycling, rainwater harvesting, and the use of recycled materials should also be possible as introducing the kind of natural light and ventilation into our new structures as we move forward. Jamaica must see building with future adaptation in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're going to have an exciting summit. And so as I close off, I want to just indicate, at the ministry, we are giving support in terms of our housing fund being used to support even those persons who can't access financing to get into mortgage, but those who are the most vulnerable, those who are informal or in informal settlements, and that group of persons who we know are impacted by the flooding, by the drought, the most. We're using our social housing program together with the survey, together with our partnerships with stakeholders like Jamaica National to make sure that we protect that cohort. And at the same time, we are designing and advancing the policies, the laws, and the programs to make Jamaica a prime example of how we can build resilient. I want to thank you, and I want to thank all of the team, Cornelia and all of those that are working hard to get this message to Jamaica. And I want to thank our team at the ministry, as well as Heather from UDC, and all of the others in government that are working hard to make sure that we put in place the framework so the partnership can shine. Thank you again. I look forward to this being not just successful, but an exciting summit. This is the discussion that is critical for our development. I thank you, and I look forward to further discussion on this issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just taking a small break here as we are waiting for another presentation. And it'll be just about 20 minutes. We hope to resume full broadcast at approximately 10 a.m. or before, but we'll keep you informed. But in the meantime, please don't leave your computers, don't go away. There's a very interesting presentation coming up on the installation of water devices as a minimum standard for housing solutions, housing development. And as you heard the minister a while ago, he spoke on the issue of resiliency and the need to ensure that whatever is built in terms of the low-cost solutions, they are resilient, both in terms of flooding and dry periods, so we use water conservatively and we can save and have water to last us during the dry season. So at 10 o'clock, we will be back with you, and we hope that you will join us again fully, and we will proceed with all the presentations after that. Thank you very much.
Welcome to our series, Save Water Now, Ask Me How, brought to you by the JN Foundation's Water Project, an initiative of the JN Foundation, JN Bank, and Inter-American Development Bank.
Today we will join homeowner Denise Knight and Leanne Spence, CEO of Instant Safe Conservation Solutions Jamaica, who will both help us to understand the reading of our water bill.
Ms. Knight, there are three important things to look at on your water bill: your water consumption, how you're charged, and your consumption trend.
Why is it that sometimes the water bill says actual and at other times it says estimated?
Great question. So your actual bill is when NWC does a meter reading on your property. Your estimated bill is sent to you when they are not able to come to your property, but they estimate by averaging the last 3 readings.
Oh, so current consumption means my consumption for the last month?
Yes. It's also important to remember that the Office of Utilities Regulation states that customers should not receive more than 2 estimated bills consecutively.
Wow.
Let us take a closer look at your water bill. On your last bill, you used 11,000 liters of water. Now your current consumption, do you notice that it has 3 zeros at the bottom?
Yes.
So this is represented as thousands of liters. So you used 11,000 liters of water. So let's look at your consumption trend. You're a Jamaica National Pilot Study recipient. And earlier this year, we went through water-saving measures where we replaced your toilets to high-efficiency units, your shower heads and aerators and water tanks. And that was in the midst of the coronavirus while your family was still at home. Even while this was happening, you were able to reduce your water bill by 31%.
So Leon, let's talk money.
So you know how much you pay depends on how much you use, right?
Yes. So how are they calculating it?
NWC has what's called a block rate structure. If you use up to 14,000 liters, you'll pay $118.25 per 1,000 liters for water charges and $136.58 per 1,000 liters for your sewer charges. So, the more water you use, the higher rate you will pay. Another reason why it's so important to use less water. Do you know the difference between your water and your sewage charges?
No, sir. So what's the difference?
So, your water charges are related to how much water enters your property, and your sewage charges are related to how much water is discharged from your property. Both charges are related to how much water you use. But you'll only pay sewage charges if your property is within 100 yards of an NWC main.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's eye-opening. I think I understand my water bill a lot better now.
So now you know how to read your water bill. Join us for the second part in this series where we will explain PAM, X factor, K factor, and rate of exchange, and how this affects your water bill. Hop over to our website waterprojectja.com and have a look at our homeowner's guide for practical ways to save water at home. Join the JN Water Warrior movement by liking, commenting, or sharing this video. Follow the JN Foundation on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and remember, every drop counts.
The case for water conservation, features and fittings as a minimum standard for housing developments will be moderated by Mrs. Eleanor Jones, OD, Chairman, CEO, and founder of Environmental Solutions Limited. Mrs. Jones is a pioneer of environmental risk as good business practice. Her work and passion is also well known and respected regionally and internationally in the areas of environmental and social safeguards, disaster risk management, climate resilience, and sustainable development. Please welcome our moderator for this session, Mrs. Eleanor Jones. Now, let's meet our panelists for this session. Mrs. Anithia Jackson, lecturer in the Faculty of the Built Environment at the University of Technology, Jamaica. Ms. Leanne Spence, Chief Executive Officer of Instant Safe Conservation Solutions, a water conservation company founded in 2014, which has saved millions of potable water, and a partner of the JN Foundation's Water Project Jamaica. And we also have Ms. Heather Pinnock, General Manager of the Urban Development Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel of phenomenal women.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here and to be here particularly for this first session of this phenomenal Water Summit. I want to start by congratulating the JN Foundation for this critical conversation. And coming out of the COVID pandemic, where we have been talking about washing hands and so on, the significance of water has been heightened. And we are looking at a summit. We're going to be having discussions on climate change, sustainability, and innovations. And I'm reminded of, some of you may know, may not have heard, of a little saying, water, water everywhere and not a drop to drink. And I think we need to be thinking about that as we go through the next 2 days, because we are looking at a multifaceted program, everything from what is this water, where is it, and how is it going to relate to housing in particular. The summit has a call to action, which is very important, recognizing that water is fundamental to our health and well-being, as indeed housing is fundamental to our health and well-being. So I want to congratulate JN also for the water project, which has been very well executed over the last 4 years, multifaceted, and has made quite a difference. Now this first session speaks to water availability. And it's extremely important as we talk about water that we think in terms of the resource itself. So often we think of water as just coming through the tap. Do we have it? Don't we have it? Is it off? It's raining. Why don't we have water? But water is a basic resource, and that's where we need to start. Where is it? How is it? It's an asset. It can also be a liability, particularly when we have floods, destructive floods, but these destructive floods are often caused by human action. Water itself is an asset. And so we want to think in terms of that source. We capture water, we store water, we distribute water, that becomes the water supply, and then it goes to consumers, whoever the consumers may be, whether they are people or we're looking at the different sectors. Agriculture, we heard earlier about food security. Agriculture is the major user of water in Jamaica. Housing, residential development, very important. And then we have all the other sectors, tourism, and so on. So we want to think about water in that light, water availability. And it is interesting that one of the sessions, not the last one, but I think the penultimate session, focuses on water. And it says, the title of that session is "Let Us Build and the Water Will Come." And of course it has a question mark, and there are many of us who question that tenet. And so we want to begin this session by looking at, where is this water? How can we treat with it? Is it a public good? Is it an economic good, which we hear at the end of the day it is considered a free good, and very often it belongs to what we might call the commons. Anything that belongs to everybody belongs to nobody, and so we don't take sufficient care of that. And we want then to talk about how do we plan for this finite resource? How do we plan for its use? How do we plan for the sustainability of quality water? So it's the resource that we want to look at, water as this asset. And I want to begin with Ms. Heather Pinnock, who is the CEO of the Urban Development Corporation. They are very involved with utilizing, not just utilizing water, but involved with development and sustainable development. So I'm going to ask Heather to lead us, and then we will move to the built environment at UTEC, and then we will come to Leanne, looking at water saving devices, and another end of managing this finite resource. So Heather, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm going to talk today as UDC about considering water as a part of sustainable development. So the Urban Development Corporation is one of the primary implementations of the government of Jamaica, and we are involved not only in master planning, but also in development and implementation projects. So while the government has a very important role in terms of policy and setting standards and regulations, following on some of what Minister Charles just spoke about, another important part is implement. So as an implementation agency, UDC is very involved in looking at development and very specifically how we make development happen sustainably, and in that regard, how we work with water. I'm not sure, is my presentation showing? I'm not seeing, okay. So on the cover of my presentation, you will see an image of Duns River Falls, which is a property managed by the UDC. And it just goes to show you the importance of water in every aspect of our business, because Duns River Falls is one of our major revenue earners, and it is really and truly development of, management of a natural resource focused on water. So I want to start to talk about what is sustainable development. So the very sustainable development is spoken about all the time, but the very essence of sustainable development is captured in this quote that is often used from the Brundtland Report in 1987. And the very essence of it is that we develop today to meet our needs, but without restricting the needs of the future, to be restricting the ability of people in the future to address their needs. And our sustainable development planning forms both in terms of the sustainable development goals, which are the global goals, but also how we act locally in terms of our Vision 2030 direction as a country. So let's talk about Jamaica in the context. Jamaica is essentially a small island developing state. That makes us some of the most vulnerable. We are a small island, we're surrounded by water, and we're very, very vulnerable. And some of the specific things is the forest degradation, intense rainfall events, everything from hurricanes to just bad storms and inland flooding. We have contamination of our groundwater, and we have increasing and intensifying droughts. So to address some of these impacts, Jamaica, through our policymakers like Minister Charles and his team at the Climate Unit, have been a part of our nationally determined contributions that looks at reducing emissions, community-based resilience projects, as well as the large-scale projects, which are the kinds of projects that UDC would lead on. So let me talk about the role of the Urban Development Corporation in national development. Essentially, we are endowed with a number of assets. So we are major real estate managers and developers on behalf of the state. And in that regard, we look at big programs and projects, and we implement those kinds of things. We also are very much involved in planning, master planning, and design at macro scale. So we design regions and towns and large areas, which is really the foundation then for sustainable housing, which is then get us into the details of how we address water supply and water management as we get to a house. So what I'm giving you is some of the foundation. As UDC, we're also very much involved in natural resource management. We, as landowners, we own some significant environmentally and biodiverse parcels, which we manage, and we also manage them commercially. And so in all of those regards, we're a big player in national development, and therefore looking at how we do that sustainably is an important part. So I want to talk a little bit now about our sustainability portfolio, which is actually kind of vague, because the truth is our entire portfolio would be considered a sustainability portfolio. We primarily work in what are our designated areas. And I've put up here a map to show you the key areas that UDC works in. You will note that they are not only urban, which is very much aligned with our name, Urban Development Corporation, but they are also largely coastal properties. And which means there are special considerations about coastal properties when we think about things about watersheds, how the water cycle works, how we address protecting, and then how we address all the way to the beach. I should also add that we manage a number of public beaches as well. So everything from ridge to reef is our interest. And so we have been doing, as part of our sustainable planning, some review of our properties and our conservation management. And we do that work in collaboration with NEPA and with Forestry Department, and and even with fisheries. So there are a number of assets that we develop and a number of assets that we develop on behalf of the government that look at sustainability as part of the larger development of Jamaica. So I just want to quickly touch on our 3 key strategic priorities at this time. The first is building urban climate resilient infrastructure. And one such example is our recently completed Closed Harbour Beach Park in Montego Bay. It's a park, and it's a good looking park which everyone enjoys, but what you don't quite see is the major climate infrastructure, including things like groins and sills and coastal infrastructure that we have put in place to protect the investments that happen in the city of Montego Bay. We're also looking at improving the quality of urban life. This speaks to looking at what are the other things, apart from building, what else do we need to improve the quality of our urban life? And we're looking at things like public spaces, green spaces, access to public water, fountains, nice spaces like that, and how we find our way around. And that's a key part of improving how we live in urban spaces. And the third, and the one I'm really going to touch on today, is looking at sustainable community models. Now, of course, there are agencies across the government of Jamaica that lead on housing, and UDC is not a housing institution. However, because we are real estate managers, we participate in the housing industry. And as such, we facilitate housing through our planning and our offering of our lands for that purpose. So as Minister Charles said, in 2020, the government committed to delivering 70,000 housing units over the next 5 years. And to support this initiative, we are looking at a sustainable community model, which will look very much at good urban planning, good master planning, including connectivity, making sure that our urban spaces work well, focusing on all aspects of our residential, including connection to commercial and civic, and very importantly, effective resource management, including sustainable use of energy, sustainable management of water, and sustainable management of our waste. And that's very, of course, relevant to our discussion today. So as I said, I won't go into this too much longer, but indeed our planning looks at everything from ridge to reef, rainwater harvesting, high efficiency plumbing, but I won't take away from my fellow speakers. I will just move on from this and talk about some of the areas that we're focusing on. So these are some of the areas where UDC has properties and looking at our sustainable housing models. I've listed a few here that come up to just under 8,000 units that we're looking at. I've also listed some of our key government partners because these are things that cannot be done alone. And so while we facilitate, an important part of that is partnering with the agencies who lead on housing. And so apart from us doing the macro planning, that we get into the details of housing with our partners. I'm just going to give you a quick example here of the Caymanas estate, which is one of UDC's development areas. And it is a huge estate. And in it, you're seeing the development blocks. And it's important that you know that even though we are planning for intense development in Caymanas estate, 60% of the lands within within that project will be reserved as conservation areas. The development really only will take place in 30% of the area. And these are some important assessments that we must do to make sure that our projects are sustainable going forward. So in closing, I'm just going to say that UDC is a company that has been leading in development, and in fact our tagline is making development happen, but we have extended it to say we make development happen sustainably. And my closing image here is an image of the new Houses of Parliament, which is not at the scale of residential houses, but the houses of our government. And this is a project we've done some detailed design work for, which includes a variety of features of integrated water management in its design. And it's something we will be happy to share and show in more detail on another occasion. So thank you. And just remember, UDC is here to make development happen sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. And I will summarize at the end. So now, can we move to Dr. Aitchison from University of Technology, School of Building and Land Management? Are you there? There you are.
Not hearing her.
thank the Jamaica National Foundation for inviting UTEC to be here and to be a part of this very, very important activity. In addition to inviting us to be here today, the Jamaica National Foundation partnered with UTEC, engaged us to be a part of the project by way of offering training and short courses. And so in another couple of weeks, specifically on the 1st of June, we'll be offering a short course in rainwater harvesting and grey water recycling. And this is an output of this phenomenal project. So thank you for having me, and I'm happy to share my thoughts on housing. I was particularly pleased with the Minister, Honorable Pernell Charles' presentation this morning when he spoke about his resolve where the matter of housing is concerned. And so as our session is entitled "The Case for Water Conservation Features and Fittings as a Minimum Standard for Housing," I'd like to make the case. So here are some thoughts when I looked at the session title. It is a well-known fact that housing is important to improving well-being. So we know that housing is significant in terms of its economic value, its social value, its environmental value, and cultural value. The case is made there. It is also important that we define housing to be in an inclusive way, not to be narrow in our definitions and interpretation of housing, because housing is not just the dwelling, it is more than shelter. And as we talk about sustainability, the goals of sustainable development demand that housing is looked at through the lens of adequate housing and sustainable housing. And as we look at housing in this way and water, the need to conserve water, it really behooves us to bring to the conversation the householders who are the end users of our housing outputs. So I'd like to focus my few minutes to talking to you about this matter. So I mentioned just now that it's important that we define housing broadly. There's a definition of housing that I found in the literature review that speaks about 4 dimensions of housing. It's a dwelling. We all talk about the dwelling, the physical structure, how we build, what materials we use, and so on. But housing is more than the dwelling. It involves the immediate environment of the dwelling, the community in which the housing is located, and the home. I mean, this is the space where we engage with our family members, where we expect to enjoy those psychosocial benefits. So viewing housing is broadly is important to our goals of sustainability, because what it does, it allows us to clearly make the link between housing and those sustainable development goals, one of which I'm showing here on screen. So as I talk about the need for us to look at housing broadly, I want to talk to you about the topic of housing and sustainability through making that linkage, drawing that congruence between the notion of adequate housing and sustainable housing. So adequate housing, what is it and how is it relevant in these conversations? It is typical for us to examine adequate housing using the UN Habitats conditions. They have 7 conditions. I've highlighted 5, and I'll just mention them because of time. The 5 that I've highlighted are affordability. For housing to be adequate, it must be affordable. It must be habitable, and it must be in appropriate locations. Now, what do we mean by appropriate locations? It must be that households aren't cut off from employment, access to opportunities, access to shopping facilities, and so on. It must also permit access to services, facilities, and infrastructure. So here we're talking about our water, our electricity, or energy, garbage disposal services, and maintenance of our environment. Housing must also be culturally adequate. Now, this is one of the least understood attributes of adequate housing I have found in my own research. Now, as I said, I want to draw the parallel between these 2 terms, adequate housing and sustainable housing. Sustainable housing cuts across adequate housing by looking at affordability. Sustainable housing is affordable. It is healthy. It is connected to decent, safe, and affordable energy, water, sanitation, and it has recycling facilities. That's sustainable housing. It is well connected to jobs, shops, critical services, and so on. It uses energy and water most efficiently. And again, it has water recycling capabilities. Another important attribute of housing that is considered to be sustainable is that it is not disconnect from the cultural and the economic fabric of the local neighborhoods, that is, and our communities and our nation. So as you can see, there is quite a bit of overlap between adequate housing, which is something that is looked at in our housing policy, our draft housing policy, and sustainable housing, which is not one of the topics we speak about enough. And to make to draw the parallel, I took out some attributes. So for housing to be sustainable, it must be designed to save water. And I'm only highlighting those that are relevant to our discussions today. For housing to be economically sustainable, it should include standards that promotes water conservation and low user cost. You see, when we think about affordability and housing, we tend to think in terms of the mortgage or the rent. But it is important for us to bring to the conversation the user cost associated with housing, for example, our water bills. Another element of sustainable housing is social sustainability. And that's where I have highlighted cultural adequacy. Because here, when we talk about interventions, how do we intervene to address the matter of water conservation? You know, we might want to pursue some tactical interventions coming out of our policies and the partnerships that are being engaged. So one simple one is to look at direct pricing, which would be to address conservation through pricing. But let's see how well that will work. There are others, and the water expert here today and environmentalists will tell you about all the various other non-price measures that can be used to address water. But I'm from UTEC, so I'd like to draw your attention to something. It's important that we take account of the education, environmental education, public education as it relates to our household. That is a non-price measure to conserve water. And one of the products that we do have, not to plug, is that even through the Caribbean School of Architecture, we have recognized this need, and we do offer training in what we call leadership in energy and environmental design for homes. The idea is that our homes need to be green. So why so much focus on the household? It should be obvious that regardless of what we build, how we build, or where we build, we are building for an audience. We are building for users. And so my interest in housing was particularly the household. I wanted to understand from their perspective, what do they perceive to be adequate housing? Of course, I also spoke to the planners in my own research. And true to form, the planners are concerned with the building standards and the regulations and affordability and the quantities of output, as we often hear addressed. But let's turn our attention to the middle of this slide. Adequate housing from the perspectives of householders. Now, the householders were asked just to tell me, what, in your perspective, what do you view to be adequate housing? And I've highlighted some sections of their responses. They say it's habitable. It supports our way of life. It provides us with access to electricity, water. It provides us a safe environment and a neighborhood with the kind of facilities and amenities to allow for social and recreational use and so on. And of course, it is located in an area where I can access other important services such as education, healthcare, and so on. But why am I talking to you about this? Because when I examine the householder's perspective of what is considered to be adequate housing, I see a very, very overwhelming parallel with sustainable housing. For example, when the householders say, I want housing that sustains my way of life. And when I say to them, what is it that you mean in my research? They say, I want to be able to hang my clothes. I want to have my clothesline so I can dry my clothes. I want to be able to put in water tanks so that I can help to address the matters of water scarcity. I can find my own solutions. These are some of the responses. So our householders are so important as part of these discussions about water conservation and sustainability. Now, I mentioned earlier that one of the 7 conditions of adequate housing that the UN Habitat speaks of is cultural adequacy. So I want to make the link between cultural adequacy and the conversation we're having today. Cultural adequacy, where housing is concerned, it cuts across the behaviors, the traditions, the habits, the design elements, how we use our housing, the functional features, and more importantly, it connects the cultural value that is in housing to the country's sustainability goal. So I'm suggesting a comprehensive approach. So when we unlock, when we appreciate the value of incorporating the households, we are well on our way to creating the kind of culture for sustainability through housing by altering those habits. Now, I want to end with a case study that I found to be very interesting. In my own research on housing, I came across a case study that was done in, I think it's Europe, looking at teenagers. I think it was 418 teenagers. The researchers did an experiment where they divided the group into 2 sets. You have students who would have been exposed to environmental education. And as I said, I'm from UTech, so that's one of our areas of contribution to these discussions. So they wanted to teach students, expose them to environmental education, and there was a control group of students who would not have been given the opportunity to have that exposure. But what they taught everyone, all the students in the study, was how to read their water usage levels, how to read the meters. And the students were to log the reports. And what the researchers did was that they measured the difference between the average consumption over a specified period of time. And their finding was remarkable. They found that environmental education is a reliable predictor of water conservation behavior, because what that education did, it was effective in helping students to develop what the researchers dub as an ecological self-identity. They started to take pride in promoting water-saving habits and water conservation habits. So there was an attitude change that would have been observed by virtue of the exposure to this kind of education. So in closing, I want to just double down on the point that we must connect our goals for sustainability with the conditions for adequate housing. So we can't think and speak of housing in a narrow sense, which I do hear happens sometimes. We must think more broadly, because what we want to do is to be able to develop the right kind of solutions and to identify the areas of opportunity, like our householders and education, so that we can create the kind of culture that promotes water conservation values, that promotes the kind of water use habits, the behaviors, the choice of materials, fixtures, and fittings, without even us having to mandate. Because it's very important that we take account that we want all our housing to be planned. But the fact is, a significant proportion of our housing outputs are unplanned. So we want to reach those householders as well as part of these conversations, so they can be empowered to make better choices where housing is concerned. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jackson. You introduced us to a number of new concepts there, I think, for the average person. Thank you very much. And you have let us know, we can segue very nicely into fittings and conservation devices. Conservation meaning wise use. So let's move over to Leanne Spence.
Okay. Good
Instant
morning.
save.
Yes. Morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here today amongst this distinguished panel. And a special thank you to Jane for being a driving force for this critical initiative. Now, it's often said that water is the medium by which climate change will be felt. With our unpredictable weather events, we're either having droughts, dry spells, which is too little water, or flooding, where we have too much water. So the question then becomes, how can we be efficient and conserve so that we can manage through these drier periods while also capturing and storing water during the rainy seasons? And we believe the answer is that we must build and design homes that prioritize water efficiency. Now, if you look at the average household and how indoor water is used, approximately 24% gets flushed down the toilet. And toilets remain the largest consumer of water in households. Approximately 20% gets used in showers, 19% by faucets, 17% in clothes washers, 12% attributed to leaks, and 8% other, including outdoor. So that means that water use at the faucet, toilet, and shower head can account to up to 70% of indoor use water. But when you install water-efficient fixtures, you can reduce that amount by half without compromising aesthetics, without compromising function, or without compromising comfort. But the truth is that as much as 60% of water loss on a property happens through leaks. And we know it is true. I want you to think about when you go back home. You know, that dripping faucet or that running toilet, or the taps that are just using more water than they need to. These are issues that can easily be resolved by investing in efficiency. A simple action, like changing an aerator, we know what aerators are. Changing an aerator on the kitchen and bathroom faucets can save up to 65% of the water used at that fixture. The same is true of shower heads. They just use air and less water, and it feels just the same. These solutions are accessible and available right here in Jamaica and simply allow us to do more with less. Water efficiency technologies are the single most cost-effective measure we believe that Jamaicans can make to address water management before even needing to change behavior. In addition to shower heads, faucets, and toilets, clothes washers and dishwashers also have efficient counterparts. Things like water treatment equipment, how we landscape and how we use drought-resistant plants. The use of sub-metering and metering, as Mrs. Jackson mentioned. Leak detection technologies, pressure reduction in a building, and using rainwater, harvesting rainwater and recycling rainwater as alternative uses to offset potable. These simple decisions can make a big difference in our water footprint and determine the future availability to meet our demands as a country. But for the most part, Jamaica's housing stock has not really been building with efficiency and conservation at the top of mind. But yes, we know that it's changing. As we learn more about sustainability, it is increasing, but we need to get that more ambitious. We need to adopt a minimum standards for water efficiency fixtures and fittings that should be mandated in housing developments. And it's also important to connect the dots with energy efficiency. Every gallon saved means one less gallon to pump, treat, and transport. And when Heather and I were speaking earlier, she said to me, can you imagine we are pumping, treating, and transporting clean, fresh water and flushing it down our toilets? This has to change. Because this will help us to reduce carbon emissions and increase overall resilience to climate change. Water-efficient homes are also less vulnerable to fluctuations in supply. So we'd be familiar with Energy Star. Energy Star is an international standard for energy efficient products out of the US. And there's also a water efficient product standard called Water Sense. Now this is a program to promote water efficiency by creating a label for consumer products that have been certified to meet particular standards. Generally, these standards impose a maximum on the amount of water used for toilets per flush, so it is rated in gallons per flush or liters per flush, and for faucets, shower heads, and other water use equipment as gallons per flush and liters per flush. So for example, the toilet at home right now may be using 1.6 gallons per flush, maybe even more than 2 gallons per flush. But there are available technologies that can cut that in half without compromising performance. So like these efficiency programs that were mentioned, WaterSense, UK also has WaterWise, or in Australia it's called WELLS. We need our own program and standards for these same flush and flow rates. These programs that are already created, we can benchmark from them and use them as guides. And we definitely have water and engineering expertise locally to validate these recommended standards. Introducing a mandatory water label linked to these minimum standards of flow and flush rates is the single most cost-effective intervention the government can make to help to reduce our water use. And this is mainly because, as Dr. Jackson earlier said, consumers need to be empowered with information to make decisions about the water efficiency products that they are purchasing. And they need to make it a prerequisite feature. So when you're buying a home, the same way that you said, AC have to be an inverter AC. I need to have a water storage tank. We need to have solar water heaters. Water efficient fixtures and fittings and features need to be in demand as well. In addition to mandating and promoting the adherence to these efficiency standards for equipment, we also need incentives. Why not give incentives for the use of these efficient fixtures and discourage the use of inefficient fixtures that will be removed from the market over time? Currently, our GCT Act refers to water-saving shower heads and flow restrictors for water faucets, which is good. We have that incentive of, no GCT, but it doesn't make any mention of flow rates. So when you say water saving, what exactly constitutes water saving? We need these minimum standards outlined. How much gallons per minute, how much gallons per flush is water efficient? The creation of these incentives, such as the reduction of supplier costs through duty and tax exemptions or tax credits, can go a far way in increasing adoption, as well as offering low-cost financing for developers. So these combined measures that were mentioned, the minimum standards, incentives, the creation of a label, can be developed under a green building code that integrates existing work in sustainability and climate policies and design specifications. Water efficiency has to be incorporated in our culture, the way we live, the way we design, and the way we build our environment to ultimately improve water security and build our climate resilience. At Instant Save, our business is really our environmental responsibility. It's why we do what we do. But we also know that as Jamaica, if we don't act now, we're going to continuously be looking for new sources. We're going to be continuously looking to put a lot of funding into building more reservoirs and building more wastewater treatment plants, whereas efficiency is the cheapest source of new supply. And we'll continue to suffer under cycles. We know it well. Every year we have shortages, and they affect us all. So let us maintain land of wood and water. Because if our water is left unmanaged, we're going to undercut the very development that we are seeking. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much, Leanne. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been treated a rich treat. We started with the UDC at the macro level, talking to us about their sustainable planning and sustainable approach. And coming through all three presentations, the whole issue of sustainability is the one term. and Heather defined it for us, using what we have without compromising for future generations. And what it means is that as we're talking about development, as we're talking about progress, we must bring together the environmental resource base that we have in an eco-efficient way. I liked also coming from Dr. Jackson, the point about ecological self-identity, which I thought it was a nice new term that, that perhaps we ought to be using a little bit more. And we also got a lot of reference to culture and to standards. Leon, your statistical quotations, they were impressive. And I think that if we could use that in more education, because at the end of the day, whether you're dealing with the private sector, it's all about bottom line or the pocket. And if you can show where you can save and what it really means, and so it's a win-win for everybody. So we've had a good deal of discussion about empowerment. And Heather, you mentioned that the Caymanas development would have 60% green space. I think the Houses of Parliament, there are a number of persons who are concerned about that particular site using up, but a significant proportion of that is going to be green space. I don't know if you have it on the top of your head.
Yes, it's a 50-acre park, and the building, it will be on just about 10 acres. So it's still a 40-acre park, which is probably the largest and most significant public park that we would have. And we will be looking at, and as part of planning for the building, which, as I said, the building includes rainwater harvesting, not just harvesting, as to go on Leon's point, is not only to collect water, but how you use it responsibly. Because you don't want to collect water and then use all of it with one flush. So you also need to be efficient in how you use, and that applies to really all natural resources. But it's to speak specifically of Parliament, the Parliament building design looks at the building, which is a lead in keeping with we do collaborate with the School of Architecture and the Faculty of the Built Environment at UTech. We looked at the highest standards for the building, but also the highest standards in planning the public park, the 40-odd acre park. So that is an important part also of, as I said, about our priorities, looking at the other important things in urban spaces, so not just buildings, but also like public parks, and how you use the water that you use in those kinds of developments.
And how that green space also helps to engender more humidity, more evapotranspiration, which adds to that water cycle.
And we aim to be planting out at least 1,000 trees on that site.
Yes, so that's very good. Okay, let's see what we have from our audience. We have one question that says, why not make rainwater harvesting mandatory for all structures, both residential and commercial? So we're asking the question, why not make it, when we can turn that around into a suggestion, a recommendation that we would make. And coming out of the presentations, we heard from UTech, we heard from Leanne, and we heard also from Heather that we need some mandatory or mandatory, or however we pronounce it, measures, standards, and it's win-win, because if you're doing that and you're integrating it into your housing design, your structures, then at the end of the day, the household will have a cost, looking at the whole business of user cost, which was also mentioned here. So
and
that's...
And I can just add, Mrs. Jones, that doing that at the outset, at new construction, is actually much more cost effective, right? So certainly, that is one of the things that we're promoting, integrate these features in new build. Because after you have your existing structure and your plumbing is all underground, it can get a little more costly to then retrofit. It can still be done, but it also depends on what you want to use this water for. When you collect it, are you using it to just flush your toilets and use for outdoor, or do you want to go off the grid completely, treat it and use it for your household? So those are just some considerations in terms of the feasibility of doing harvesting for your property.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to follow on Leanne's point in that rainwater harvesting is important and critical, and I believe this question may be better posted to the policymakers who will be on the panel. One went already, but I believe you have Minister Hill to come. And putting that to the policymakers is important, but just to say, as somebody who has worked in implementation, I take Leanne's point, because to make a real impact for anything that you make mandatory, one of the best ways is to implement it in what is new build. So you set a standard, and then all new housing, all new developments will include it. Because there are two categories now. There is the existing for retrofit, which, as she said, may not be as simple, it may not be as cheap, but to include that as a part of everything new that is done simplifies it, and also lets you know, so you know all of what's developed in this area is already taken care of, so you then address your retrofit budget. So those are some of the ways that we can look at addressing not only harvesting, but I mean, harvesting is about collection, but then you also have using it efficiently. So not only having it, but how you use it. So you look at the levels of both supply and use. And so all of those are critical as part of, one, making it a standard for everything that we do going forward, but how we look at addressing what already exists as well.
Excellent. And that's just so true. We're just looking to see if we have any other questions coming from the audience. I'm not seeing any other questions here. I'm just wondering, in terms of the whole business of standards, what would you recommend in terms of how we go forward with this? I know that we have our rapporteur, and we're going to be getting these. I don't know, Heather, in terms of the UDC, you have such a wide portfolio, because it's efficiency, standards, minimal cost, and at the end of the day, it's interesting. Many persons are perhaps unaware that the National Water Commission is perhaps the largest consumer
of power
and of electricity. So they are the JPS's best client, so to speak, because it takes considerable energy to move that water into your faucet, whether it's commercial or, and that's both ends of the climate change spectrum, if you will, because reducing energy, you're reducing mitigation, you're reducing greenhouse gases, mitigating greenhouse gases, and you're also conserving a key resource, which is finite. It's not just we have as much water as we think, and when we think that there are many persons who do not have access to water, how do we measure? What do we do?
Well, I think that another important aspect is events like this. I can't say that water is something that people generally focus on. Because water is relatively affordable when you can get it, water is something we get more intense about during a drought, for example.
When there are lockups.
So when there's a drought, everybody is interested in
gets very spirited.
in efficiency equipment. However, when it's raining, then we may lose interest. And I think it's important for things like this JN Foundation Water Project and conversations like this to talk about how water is really the foundation of everything else we do, and water is such a key part of overall sustainability.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very good point for us to end, because I think we're just about at the end of our session. So I want to thank our panelists, could the treated water that leaves the sewage treatment plants be used for irrigation? I believe that that's another question that just came up, the last question, and there are discussions taking place about that, but what we want to do is to move the talk to the walk, and so I think that that's something that we want to consider. So thank you all very much for being with us in this first session, dealing with water availability, standards, sustainability, and efficiency. And we look forward to the rest of this program, which is very exciting, and we hope that you will stay with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next panel will discuss financing water conservation and climate-smart technology, opportunities for MSMEs, particularly those in agriculture and housing. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Donovan Stanbury. Dr. Stanbury is campus registrar at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where he operates as the Chief Administrative Officer, Chief Operating Officer, and Secretary to all campus committees. Dr. Stanbury has enjoyed a long career in public service, having been a lecturer in mathematics at the College of Arts, Science and Technology, now the University of Technology, Jamaica. Senior economist and head of the agricultural unit at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and over the years he rose to serve as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Land and Environment, and later the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Donovan Stanbury. Now let's meet our panelists for this session. Mr. Carlington Burrell, Chief Executive Officer, Caribbean Climate Innovation Center. Mr. Burrell is a clean tech innovator and through his entity has been supporting the development of growth-oriented enterprises while helping them to raise capital. Mr. O'Reilly Bailey, Vice President of Engineering and Sales, Isratech Limited. Mr. Bailey has more than 20 years in the water wastewater industry, to include design, installation, and commissioning of wastewater treatment plants, close-to-nature systems, and advanced mechanical tertiary treatment systems. And our final panelist, Mr. Bertland Bates, Acting Manager, On-Farm Water Management Unit, Rural Agricultural Development Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this segment of this important summit, Financing Water Conservation and Climate Smart Technology,
opportunities for MSMEs, particularly in agriculture and housing. First of all, I would like to thank the JN Foundation for their vision in facilitating dialogue on this very, very important matter. It has brought me back to my past life, both as a Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Water for some years, and as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture for a number of years. And I think that this summit is very, very timely. It is well known that agriculture is in fact the largest user of water resources in Jamaica, and perhaps no other sector is impacted by climate change than the agricultural sector, particularly in terms of prolonged drought and frequent and very, very, very intense rainfall when it occurs. So what we're about today is to look on some of the financing models. How do we finance conservation in agriculture? How do we mandate through the building code that we have long spoken about in terms of how we design our buildings and build them in order to promote and enhance conservation because we know water will be impacted, and all of this is against the background of the continual tension between water for agriculture and water for housing. So we look forward to hearing from our panelists, and this segment we are not going to talk so much about the science of climate change and conservation and the technical things, but more so how do we finance innovation in conservation, innovation in climate smart technologies within agriculture and within the housing sector. My own view is that we should start by incentivizing the use of these climate smart technologies, the use of conservation devices in agriculture, such as drip irrigation and so on. And I think we have to start by making these technologies, these items, these devices, give some kind of fiscal relief from GCT, etc., to promote their usage. Government continues to be the main financier of irrigation service in Jamaica through the National Irrigation Commission. But I contend that we can no longer do that in the traditional way where we build pumps and pump water and extract huge volumes of water from our rivers and so on, and pipe them for many miles so that our farmers can have them. We now need to switch to more local solution at the farm gate level in terms of collecting rainwater, in terms of the use of drip irrigation. And as somebody said in the tail end of the previous segment that I listened to, we cannot just promote conservation just on the basis of the science. We also have to talk about the dollars and cents, because drip irrigation, as I'm sure one of our panelists will indicate, not only has the benefit of saving water, but also because the water is more targeted to the root of the crops, it also allows for greater levels of productivity, which of course translate into money. Finally, I think that the government continues to be the main financier of agricultural production in Jamaica, because our farmers cannot access loans, the 220,000 of them. And I think through the production incentive that has been a long part of government's budgetary allocation, we should now shift from giving farmers fertilizer and chemicals and seeds to providing inputs such as these very drip irrigation hoses, which is, in my view, is a more enduring contribution than having to give a farmer every single cycle some seeds and a little fertilizer. So we're looking forward to the discussions and to hear your questions, and hopefully we can make a contribution, not only to the debate, but to policy that will change things in a positive direction. Thank you very much. So I think our first panelist today will be Mr.
Carlington Burrell.
Who's a specialist in the providing businesses with solutions and so on in terms of climate smart technology. And we'll turn over the floor to Mr. Collington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stanberry. And morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Morning, at this conference. I'll give you my presentation of the CEO of the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, but I'll get into the detail of what we do and how we support innovative solutions in Jamaica and across the Caribbean. Okay. All right, so who we are. So CCIC is the first and only clean tech incubator in the Caribbean, serving 14 CARICOM market countries. We started back in 2014 by the Scientific Research Council and the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, which is based in Trinidad and Tobago. Currently, we reside at the Scientific Research Council, our very valued partner. The first network in the Caribbean to connect incubators and entrepreneurs in the climate technology space. Also, we help to maximize the opportunities for impact from the individual hubs and their technologies and the companies they support to create clean tech market linkages. So we aim to create a clean tech market linkages in the Caribbean so we can sell our products and services across borders. The CCIC is a part of a network of climate innovation centers across the globe. The network was an initiative of the World Bank under what you call CTP, which is a climate technology program. Well, we started, actually, the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center was the second of 8 originally established entities, and one of the very few that is still operating to date. Today, there are about 16 centers globally, climate innovation centers, but CCIC, one of the strongest, and also I'm the co-chair of the network of climate innovation centers. So some key stats on what we do and how we support our entrepreneurs. So together we have reached about 2,000 entrepreneurs from 15 CARICOM market countries. We have about 200 stakeholders, including mentors from 25 different countries, right across the Caribbean, in the US, and in Europe. We have also invested US $1 million in grant to 50 companies so far, including the creation of an estimated about 110 new jobs to date since 2014, and 80% change in their revenue by the supported entities. And of course, we have the JN Foundation to thank as a part of that contribution to entrepreneurs. So to identify some of our programs that we offer, we have our idea generation session. We believe it is critical that we support every idea there is. No idea is a bad idea. And so we have run this program in 10 times in 9 different countries. We have our mentorship program. For example, we have the support women entrepreneurs from 11 countries, 30 from 9 CARICOM countries, and we have 100 mentors globally from 19 different countries. I think we're at 25 now. We also execute boot camp. We have done this in, I think about 10 countries now. About 11 times we are. And we do this so we can bring these ideas to light. It's one of the reasons why we partner with the JN Foundation to support these entrepreneurs. We also have a proof of concept where we awarded about $50,000 US to 11 different entrepreneurs across 4 different countries back in 2015. We also have our accelerator program, and we have a business incubation center. Now, the business incubation center is at the Scientific Research Council, and this is where we help entrepreneurs with long-term support. They can come in, they can utilize the space. They can. We also have a virtual platform that we use to support the entrepreneurs. And of course, we have the accelerator program where we have supported over 30 entrepreneurs from 6 different countries. So continuing, for the accelerator program, some of the services we offer, we have an advisory mentoring services. We have access to finance. We do access to market, not just in the Caribbean, but we have entrepreneurs that are selling their products and services in about 2 African countries to date. We have partnership with several European countries, such as the Netherlands, where we have entrepreneurs in Suriname selling their products, exporting their products to more than 1 countries in Europe. And we're looking at an MOU right now with the European Chambers of Commerce, where we can assist more entrepreneurs in getting their products across borders. We do training and development, access to appropriate facility, absolutely key. And we also we spoke about the market development, which is essential. Continuing, waiting on. Okay, we believe no organization has ever created any innovation. People innovate, not companies. And it's a reason why we support entrepreneurs, because we, MSME and SMEs create a huge percent to the country's economic and the GDP. And so we believe that to continue to give the development or the support to these entrepreneurs, to foster their development, move them from idea to prototype, get them from the prototype to commercialization, and that this is absolutely necessary, and which is one of the reasons why we do what we do. It's difficult to be sustainable in the space that we operate, because it's almost an egg and chicken situation. The entrepreneur does not have the money and the funding or the capital to procure the services. At the same time, how do you charge these entrepreneurs to ensure that you're sustainable while doing that? And so, we have to work with our partners. And, this is why the partnership with the JN Foundation is absolutely critical. When the entrepreneur comes to us, we look at, they're pretty much, raw. Ideas are not necessarily streamlined, and they don't know why they do what they do sometimes. And we help them to do that, to identify the why, the how, and the what. And we do that by working with them to streamline their thought process. We assign the mentors, we assign a coach, take them through the various business development to get them to have better quality product output. And so understand the why, which is the motivation, the how, which is the process, and the what, which is the end product. And it's absolutely important to have the quality end product. Each entrepreneur should understand the race that they're in, and they should race at their own pace. Understand the competition, understand the market. And if you can do that, then you'll be the champion. Do not operate in isolation, because nothing operates in isolation. Everything that we do is intertwined and interconnected. And so we should bear that in mind, and take that into consideration, the decisions we make, the persons that we partner with, and how we move forward. And so we look at this B-certified cooperation. When you're operating as an entrepreneur, it's essential to get the basics right. If you don't get the basics right, then you're not going to have the intended impact. So make sure you have your house in order as a foundation to start making that impact. And the baseline, surpassing that baseline is where you start really realizing impact. And consider the 4 Ps, which is the people, planet, partnership, place, and if you do, and profit. If you do that, then you understand the position that you're in. The best teams have clear goals, position, tactics, and rules. And so, absolutely important. If you do this, you will have a well-oiled machine. You will have a well-oiled team, and your team will function and operate at the maximum level. And there's a depiction of Liverpool, but at the same time, not a Liverpool supporter, but at the same time, they achieve everything there is to achieve in football, winning Champions League, the Premier League, and also club championship football. Focus on your engagement. People are the most important assets. Understand that it's all about the grit, perseverance, courage, and resolute, which is strength of character. If you can do this, then you realize the space that you're operating, and you'll be the best at what you're doing. And I will quickly highlight some of the entrepreneurs that we support. It is financed and funded by the Jane Foundation. Of course, we have Yekini Wallen Bryan, who was the winner of the competition, with his water-free solution. It is water-free solution. He was awarded $2 million in grant funding. Today, this is an example of his prototype of his solution. And also, we have Tracy Ann Heyman, who is our second place winner, with her RTEL solution, which is a disaster risk management and technology solution. It provides AI data for disaster-prone areas. She's also commercializing this in due course. Okay, and this is moving. And finally, we have Davian Morrison, who was a third place winner, which is who used sargassum seaweed for farming purposes. But I don't like to just end my presentation. I like to end my presentation with a word of advice to to the audience. Always speak in the affirmative. If you do that, if you speak in the affirmative, then you realize how much more creative we can be. So don't be the no but be the yes and. So when a friend, a colleague, a partner comes to you and suggests an idea, don't shoot them down. Go, yes and, how can we make this work? And you realize how much more creative that we can be and how much more solution we can form out of, small conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borrell. We have started with the whole matter of nurturing and encouraging ideas and innovation in this important matter of climate change technology. And we're going to move on now to a slightly more commercial part of this business. And we're going to have Aurel Bailey, Vice President of Engineering and Sales at Isratech, perhaps the largest manufacturer and distributor of technologies and devices for drip irrigation in the agricultural sector.
Morning, moderator, panelists, wider audience. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry. Get my thing on, share screen.
Sir, Mr.
Sorry,
Bailey.
sorry, let me get back close. What I do?
Huh? No, I'm asking, are we having Mr. Bailey or Mr. Bates? Okay.
technology opportunities. As you mentioned before, it is a very, very broad topic. I will try to summarize it in a very easy to understand manner as we go along. Okay, Isotech Jamaica Limited is a group of companies. It comprises Isotech Energy Solution, where we look at installing energy, solar energy, in terms of water heater systems, solar water heater systems, and PV systems. JDI, Jamaica Drip Irrigation, which is one of the largest irrigation companies in Jamaica and the Caribbean. And then we have Isotech Water Works, where we deal with everything water in terms of infrastructure, design, implementation, installation, the whole works. Okay, on the topic of climate change, just a preamble, just to go back to what climate change is all about. As a result of greenhouse gases, mainly CO2 and carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere, we get an increase in temperature. This increases in temperature triggers extreme weather patterns, which includes drought, flooding, extreme heat, and of course storms, wind, very extremely high velocity winds. The economic impacts. This greenhouse effect or climate change affect our water, food, environment, and of course infrastructure. I will focus a little on the water aspect of it. In terms of the water aspect, Jamaica and globally, we're having serious challenges with water, to supply water to the consumer. In Jamaica, for example, the per capita demand for water is 60 gallons per day. In the USA, it's 80 gallons per day, and the Latin American and the Caribbean region averages 50 gallons per day. Now, one of the first and most important things with regards to water conservation and water demand, we need to reduce our, let me say, our water footprint. In terms of reducing our water footprint, we need to look at innovations, infrastructure that will lead to the reduction, the per capita consumption or demand for water. One of the first approaches to reducing our water demand is looking at installation of low flow infrastructure, namely toilets, showers, faucets, and washing machines. With today's technologies, this can be achieved quite easily in terms of making all of these equipment or infrastructure be available to the public, so to speak. So in that regard, because the government would have to formulate policies, etc., which would encourage the use of these, or should I, modern low-flow infrastructure in housing, especially in housing development projects, which will eventually lead to lower water demand. Because as you know, what is happening now, water supplies are dwindling, population is increasing. So in that regard, the per capita demand for water has to reduce to match what is available. To further reduce the per capita demand, the whole issue of delivery pressure to the consumer is also another point or another issue that can be looked at. Because although we might be putting in low flow fixtures, the delivery pressure to the household is also very critical. Very high pressures, again, you waste a lot of water because the pressures, the delivery pressure to the house or to the consumer is very high. Another aspect of it is the whole issue of public education. How do you use water in and around your house, etc., or in the industry or in commerce? Now, all of these types of innovations, there are opportunities for MSMEs to get involved in this market. You know, you have retailers, you have contractors, you know, the whole work, distributors who can contribute to this new initiative. Also, again, the need for alternate sources to supplement the already dwindling water resources. Where again, we're looking at, for example, rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting will require infrastructure. And again, in this, in that aspect, again, you know, there are opportunities for people to come on board to implement this kind of infrastructure, for whether it is individuals, whether it is for housing developments, whether it's for commercial application, industrial applications. You know, these innovations are there. Another one to look at also is stormwater runoff. Again, these are very, very important resources that can complement the water demand. And again, for example, in Manchester, especially central Manchester, I don't think there exists any form of, or should I say, water storage or reservoir within that entire area. And Manchester also enjoys fairly high rainfall per annum. So in that regard, also again, you know, this will also create, it can create an industry, you know, just within the Manchester environment, just as an example. And then this again, you can have a lot of spin-off in terms of opportunities for business. River water treatment is another alternative. What is happening, especially in Jamaica, a lot of the rivers in Jamaica are contaminated. The water quality from those rivers are not ideal for the traditional water treatment system, for the public water treatment systems. So in that regard, with new technologies, etc., or should I say, the typical river water can be converted to potable water or drinking water. Another innovation to alleviating the stress on the water demand is water recycling, especially grey water. Grey water is just is defined as lightly polluted wastewater. This grey water can be used for irrigation, gardening, etc., And again, this will take the strain, because what happens, you use 1 gallon of water twice, rather than you using a gallon of water, dumping it down the drain, then you use another gallon of clean water to do your gardening, etc., irrigation, and such like. So all of these innovations.
Mr. Bailey, your time is up. Can you use a minute or two and speak to some of the issues of financing?
Well, in terms of the whole issue of financing, we've had scenarios where clients, can approach the banks in terms of proper business development innovations, which you can bring to the financing or should I say the financing entities, and out of that based on the prospects in terms of economic viability, then the whole issue of financing can be implemented.
Well, that's Mr. Bailey, that's a conventional way.
Yes.
To do a proposal, go to the bank, and the bank will perhaps ask for some kind of collateral and so on. But
yeah,
I mean, you service our farmers, 20 or 200,000 of them that don't even have a bank account, can't even put a proposal together. What kind of innovation are you seeing in terms of farmers being able to access these things?
Well, in terms of the broader picture, you have, for example, like the like climate summit loans, etc., which is not the traditional financing avenue in which we can, or should I say, in which we can direct clients, persons, interested parties in that direction, so that they can access financing for climate change or innovative installations.
All right, Mr. Bailey, your time is up. Thank you very much. We're going to turn now to Mr. Bates, who I had introduced previously. So we'll just ask Mr. Bates to go right into his presentation. Probably he can bridge some of that gap in terms of how our farmers who you interact with every day can in fact access these technologies which seem to abound all over Jamaica. Thank you very much, Mr. Bates.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Stanbury, farmers. PS, nice to be here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and also thanks to the JN Foundation for inviting me here for such an important session. So, the name is Burton Bates of Rad, and we are due celebrating our 30th year anniversary this year. So as Doc mentioned, there's a few things about RADA. RADA, we're a statutory body under the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. We are Jamaica Chief Extension and Rural Development Agency, and we extend our services to over 2,000 farmers. And we do this through a number of ways, right? Through a sustainable extension service to enhance the national economy and to improve the quality of life. Now, this is just the chain of command of the unit. So we are led by our principal director, Mrs. Marina Young, and then you have the manager, and then you have 3 water utilization officers that covers the different regions, the eastern region, central, and western. Now, what do we know? We know that agriculture accounts for up to 70% of the fresh water. And what the FAO have said is that we are expecting an increase by 50% in order to meet our growing demand. What we also know is that the availability and poor access of water at the community level, especially in the rural and inner city, also impacts social, economic, environmental development of its inhabitants. Now, we also know that water insecurity poses a great challenge to agricultural production and food systems. And also, 70% of our households actually get water from NWC, but we have an next 30% that receive from a number of means, standpipes, springs, trucks, and other ways. Now, what is more important to us in the on-farm water management unit is that tests and research has shown that the water demand for agriculture in Jamaica is estimated to be increased by 18% in 2030, that's 9 years from now. However, we'll also have a 20% decline in that yield in the same period. What we also know is that most of our farmers, they are working on slopes that are moderate to strongly, and we are talking about anywhere from 15 degrees to 30 degrees. Some even go even beyond that. And most of our small farmers, they occupy these areas, and they are a threat from climate change. Now let's look at the core function of the on-farm water management unit. One, we listen to our farmers. We provide technical and infrastructural support, monitor irrigation infrastructural development, foster interagency collaboration. We monitor a lot of special projects, and we do look at drainage through land husbandry applications, and also a lot of agroforestry innovations. Now, these are some of the things that we actually do, right? We develop bill of quantities, and we actually work closely with Israel, right? We do farm visits. We actually give advice and monitor the development of rainwater harvesting schemes. We prepare bill of quantities, construction of community ponds, and we do water source reconnaissance. Now, what we believe is that it is important to leave information with farms. And what we know is that in Jamaica, 55% of water large farms, right? I have a problem up top here. Let me just remove this. All right. So what we also know is that farming uses large quantities of water in Jamaica, and 55% of this water is withdrawn for agriculture. That was 2007. We know that with most of these sugar companies being out of production, this might be a bit less now, right? So we provide from our unit, we provide farmers with training, and also we try to go to the farmers level to ensure that they adopt these irrigation technologies, such as water conservation, which include rainwater harvesting, water source reconnaissance, and we are big on drip irrigation. Having some problems there. Not getting my screen moving, I don't know what's going on.
Technology.
It's not moving. Yeah. Don't know what is going on here. All right, let's go. Okay. Now what we are big on the farmer feels good methodology. Because guess what? It's about leaving the information with the farmers. And we are focusing on water management, agroforestry, land husbandry, and this is one of the biggest climate smart initiatives that we push, because we focus on not only land husbandry innovation, but a lot of agroforestry also. Our farms, these are some of the things that we do. Right? Water source investigation, and this is very, very important for us. Because what we realize is that a lot of farmers are going out there and they are basically going into agriculture. And like for places like Manchester, some section of St. Ann and Clarendon, they have ponds that's constructed from concrete. But when you check the amount of water that they need to bring the crop to fruition, they might need 25,000 gallons, but the container that they have only holds 5,000 gallons. Right? So we have done over almost 50 of these in the period of 2019 to 2020. Now, there are also cases where we're doing water source reconnaissance where we have to send persons to the WRA, because we realize they are getting in some areas that they are putting pressure on the water demand for domestic purpose in those areas. We also design and install irrigation systems, and we are big on gravity drip irrigation. So we do a site visit, collect our data, we do design of the irrigation system, and in most cases it is drip irrigation. We prepare the bill of quantities, and in some cases we also assist with the installation of these irrigation system, and that's the achievement at the bottom of this slide. These are just some of the installation that we have done. Rainwater harvesting systems. This is very, very important for us. We have actually developed some large-scale system in collaboration with a lot of agency. Presently, we are doing a 2,000 drip irrigation kit with storage tanks across the length and breadth of Jamaica. So this we are expecting to increase the amount of land under drip irrigation by 500 acres in the short term. Now, these are just some of the system, and if you look to this picture here, we from UNIT have developed this rainwater harvesting shed, and it's fitted with this 1,000 gallon tanks. And we are doing 2,000 for the GOGA project. We have done 320 under the Yellow Oak watershed, and we have done over 80 under the FAO project. So what we are telling farmers, you need to do some amount of rainwater harvesting, and then fit it with the gravity drip irrigation. We are giving them a climate smart technology there. Now we focus on management of water on the farm, and this also includes our land husbandry innovation, because our aim is to allow water to percolate down through the soil and allow farmers also to use the best techniques. So we work closely with these persons to ensure that farmers adapt this type of technology. Now, if you look to this picture here, in 2013, the entirety of this riverbank was being eroded. So when the water management unit, we got in there, we link up with the forestry department and we spoke to this farmer. We put in, this is what we call a riparian strip. So we have planted 3 rows of timbers, right? And from 2013, I was trying to get the picture from 2013 when the bank was eroded. This is what we are having presently. And this is the farmer here, Mr. Horace Buddha, as the person responsible for that. Now, we are big and working with our stakeholders. We don't have the money at RADA. So what we do, we try to meet with the stakeholders, the FAO, UNDP, IDB, and we try to talk to them. And so we are big on farmer fees because the aim is to ensure that the information is left in the community with these farmers. And there are times a lot of persons go in thinking that the farmers don't have the information, but a lot of it with these farmers. So these are some of our partners. We are doing a project now with Food for the Poor. They have increased the size of the storage tanks for some farmers up in Mount Erie and up in Jeffreytown, and they are hoping to do some more going across the island. So what we're doing to ensure that these farmers have access to finances is to ensure we bring this information to these donor agencies. We work with JSF and others. So the aim from the unit is to have collaboration to acknowledge. We don't have the money. But once we can get this money and identify these groups, we definitely go in. And I can tell you, if you look at this community here up in Mount Erie, where I'm putting this cursor, farmers from this area, we actually took them to the Yellow Oak watershed to train other farmers to construct their rainwater harvesting shed and also in the installation of our drip irrigation system. This is just a few of our partners that we have worked with successfully to ensure that we pass on these technologies to our farmers. And as I said, this is how persons can access the information from the unit, right? We have Mr. René Walker of the Eastern region, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary and Kingston and St. Andrew. For Mr. Baines, he's in the Central region, that's St. Catherine, Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Anne. And Mr. Rowe, Lawrence Rowe, is the person who's responsible for St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, Trelawney, and St. James. And what we're saying, once you do the right thing, you will reap success at the end. And I must say, this person in the field, I don't think he's Juliet anyway. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bates. So here we climate. One from the standpoint of encouraging entrepreneurship in that area. That's what Mr. Collington Burrell spoke to. How do we support young entrepreneurs in this area and get their products out? We had a big distributor and manufacturer of these technologies, Isotech, and then we have a government agency that works closely with farmers to have farmers implement these technologies. But I think that we need to use this session of question and answer to delve a little deeper in the matter of financing. We are seeing a lot of technologies, but I'm still a little worried in terms of the extent to which those technologies are being used by our farmers, are being used by our wholesalers, and are being used by our developers in terms of housing construction. So let me start with you, Collington. You have been doing a good job here based on your presentation and spotting young entrepreneurs and encouraging them and providing them with some support to bring their products to market. But in terms of you been doing any tracer study, for instance, so you get a young entrepreneur, you set him on his way, have you been able to trace how much they are impacting life in terms of their products and so on?
Thank you so much, Mr. Stanbury. That's a absolutely brilliant question and it's very important as well, because in the end, if we're not having the intended impact, it's, everything that we do would be for naught. So what we really want to achieve is really the end result, which is the impact you're having, not just in terms of revenue and job creation, but on consider the social factors as well. Persons in and around the community. So those are some of the things that we absolutely do. Track the results from the beginning all the way to the end. And one of the things that we do as well, we don't just support these entrepreneurs and then hand them off to themselves, but we kind of provide a continuation support that we can be there to facilitate certain introductions, facilitate certain transition, help them to get access to other markets, help them to get forge new partnership. So it doesn't just end at the end of the program. So if it's a 6-month program, don't just hand them off like that, but to continue to provide the support. Within this particular program with the JN Foundation, we have the Boot Camp and Innovation Challenge. Yes, they are financed by the JN Foundation, but the JN Foundation also is continuing to track their progress post the acceleration program and everything, and that is absolutely key.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are some questions. No questions. So let me turn to Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey, you spoke to the role of policy. In the previous segment, we spoke about policies to encourage the use of devices and so on that promotes conservation.
Yes.
But Mr. Bailey, can you tell us a little bit more? Moving from conservation, you also raised the issue of reuse of wastewater. You also spoke to infrastructure to trap surface runoffs and that kind of thing. And you have designed a lot of projects for government and so on. To what extent are we seeing more projects in the area of like reusing wastewater, trapping runoff, as against the traditional large projects of just extracting, piping, and delivering? Mr. Bailey.
Okay. To a certain extent, we are seeing some amount of development in that area. But in terms of where I would like to see it, or where Isratech would like to see the whole innovation, it's lacking. I'm not sure if it's a case where the government policies are not strong enough, or the government policies don't motivate the people who are involved, whether it is the private sector, public sector, individuals, etc. And of course, we're also on the topic of financing. Financing is a big issue, and I know that, for example, JN for one is one of those banks who are encouraging, these kind of innovative installation where we can better utilize water. Water is getting scarce. Water is getting more expensive. So the more innovative we are in terms of new technologies, etc., it goes a far way for what to come in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. We have a question here from the Zoom to Mr. Bates. Can you clarify when the RADA collaborates with WRA, re-investigations for water supply? Mr. Bates?
Okay, so we have what we call the drought mitigation program and what we call the PIP, production incentive program. So what we do, of the last year, we did a multiple parish tour with the WRA to look on water supplies. We went to Bugwool, in Clarendon, other parts of St. Anne, to ensure, that these systems that we plan to rehabilitate, we are doing so under the right purview. Or if we need any further permission, we know where to go. Also, when we do our water source investigation from our unit, and persons are pulling water from rivers or springs, we will divert them or direct them to the WRA so they can get some guidance before they actually pull this water for irrigation purpose.
Cannot abstract water in Jamaica without getting permits. Mr. Bate, I have a question for you. I know examples that you give in terms of rainwater harvesting, in terms of creating these ponds to trap runoffs, in terms of financing drip irrigation, are almost always projects funded, whether by the FAO or the ACDI, VOCA, or under the READY projects and so on. But to what extent are farmers convinced that using these devices really save them money and earn them more money so that they are inspired to go to the bank, get a loan, or use part of their own revenue to install these things rather than just relying on these projects?
Okay, so what we have realized, and we have implemented a lot of these projects over the recent months or years, and as I said, there are a lot of farmers who, while they love the technology, but they do not want to go out to, spend their hard-earned cash. However, there are others, since we have implemented the farmer field school, what we do, we actually allow a crop to run, so we run the school for the entire cycle, or the phenology of that crop. So we are taking it from a small step perspective. So we do have some farmers now who are doing it because they realize that they're getting better yields, and we are also fitting with a fertigation system. But it's an uphill battle. But I think with the farmer field school methodology, where these farmers own the system, we are taking some baby steps. So hopefully within 2 to 3 years, we might have, some more person. Actually, some farmers realize that climate change is real. I just discuss with them, the crop water yield, and tell them that plant really drink, plant don't eat. If they don't have water, they basically will not survive.
Thank you very much. So our time is going, so let me just do a little summary. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we still have a huge challenge. From one of the slides from Mr. Bate, he spoke to demand for agricultural water going up by 18% by 2030, because we do have to feed an ever-increasing population that will reach about 9 billion by that time. But at the same time, yields are declining, so we have a tremendous challenge, and time is not on our hand in terms of accelerating the whole business of conservation, in terms of using what we have, surface runoff and so on, in terms of using, trapping, harnessing rainwater and using it. We are still a very far way from having that mainstream in our production and building practices. Our presenters spoke to the need for policy from the standpoint of incentivizing the use of these climate-smart technologies through fiscal incentives, policy in terms of mandating the use of these technologies and devices through our building code, etc., that we have spoken to for many, many, many years. And I think that, if anything else, this summit that we're having, courtesy of JN, is really at an appropriate time to highlight that time is not on our side, and we really do need to encourage not only our farmers, but those who build, our householders, and so on, to get on board. So we continue to encourage those people with innovative ideas. I think Mr. Khalid and you are doing a very good job there. And we want to see more people seeing this as a business that can earn money, and at the same time encourage better practices, better use of water, and so on and so forth. And I also want to commend Jamaica National, who we have just heard from Mr. Bailey, actually has financial instruments and loans and so on targeted at these kind of activities. So I want to thank the panelists for their participation. I want to thank Mr. Burrell for coming in person and making it not so lonely here on the platform. I want to thank Mr. Bates from the RADA, continue to work with our farmers. As I said before, Mr. Bates, and probably you can take it to the minister, that we need to shift the kind of support we give to farmers from just giving them seeds and that kind of thing to a more enduring contribution in terms of these drip hoses and so on. And we have to preach the economics of conservation, because the drip, for instance, I know not only saves water, but also give better yield for crops. And I want to thank Isratech for piloting in Jamaica and pioneering in Jamaica the whole business of irrigation systems that save water. And I really want to encourage government and policy to move some of the resources from these huge systems that we construct that take out so much water from our rivers and pumping and so on, to systems that are more sustainable, put more of those resources into rainwater harvesting, put more of those resources into creating ponds where we have good runoff and we have enough institutions to tell us where that is sustainable in terms of rainfall and so on. Thank you all very much, and thanks to Jane for putting on this summit.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. I'm back again with you. Just to wrap up a little bit on this morning's sessions that we have had. A number of interesting presentations. There are still some areas that I think are short and that we need to really develop some more. And I think in the last presentation, last panel discussion, Dr. Stanbury attempted to raise the issues of actual financing of the innovations for water conservation. And I think that didn't come out too well except for the CIC. But let's start with the minister's presentation this morning, in which he spoke about the need for low affordable housing that is resilient. And I think in terms of the use of the word resilient, he actually spoke not just to the structure itself, but to the resources that make a house a home and somewhere worthwhile living, such as water in adequate quantities, but not being wasted, as well as light and the treatment of wastewater. That is most important. And if we are going to be meeting the Vision 2030 goal, then I think that is most critical. And the partnerships that he spoke about is something that I think was absent from a number of the other discussions that were held this morning. Thanks. In terms of the two panel discussions concerning water conservation and financing of water conservation, I think that they're both inextricably linked because they both deal with the same thing on a whole. One really speaking to agriculture and housing, and the other one speaking to housing development in terms of the installation of devices to give you a minimal standard. What I have found in research over the years is that, and which I found was not considered by the panelists, is the need for the development of certain strategies and partnerships. In the United States, there are several large cities which have reduced their water demand simply by creating partnerships between the utility company, a private firm, and householders. And the simple thing is to replace high flush toilets, high-use water devices by installing low flush and other devices that save water. This, in terms of the utilities, can be charged onto the water bill, amortized over a period of time, and not allowing that the householder has to find any money up front to pay for it. So that the payment for the innovations that Dr. Stanbury spoke about is something that can be done through these partnerships. And it's not just that it conserves water, but it also reduces the outflow of wastewater, because the more water you use is the more water you're going to put out. So therefore, it reduces the cost of treatment of that water to protect both the environment and save cost in terms of the facilities that have to be constructed. So we need to look at those in terms of the innovations. Why can't the NWC, for instance, work closely with a local company like, for instance, Instant Save, and say, all right, Instant Save will put in these devices, we will save water. It's the job of a utility company to sell water, a water utility company to sell water. But if you don't have water to sell, so what are you going to sell? You can't sell it. So you have to reduce the demand because the demand is high. While now we may be on a supply management system, we need to go to a water demand management system where we reduce the demand, and we can do that through the conservation and the installation of these devices. Now, everybody seems to think that rainwater harvesting is a panacea that is going to save everything here. Let me just do a little bit of hydrology here. the hydrologic cycle tells us that no new water is created or anything. It's just the same water that keeps going round and round. So we don't have any new water to get. But when you do rainwater harvesting, you're interfering in the hydrologic cycle. And what you're doing is you're preventing water that would normally recharge groundwater aquifers, or that would provide run-of-the-river flows, which are diverted by the National Water Commission, for instance, that goes into Hermitage or Mona Reservoir. So therefore, when you do that, you can impact significantly the availability of resources for domestic or municipal use. Yes, there are pros and cons for rainwater harvesting, and the pros are that in areas where Dr. Stanbury spoke about, in terms of harvesting rainwater in areas where you have high runoff, which can reduce flooding and which can provide water, because we know that most of the farmers in Jamaica depend on rain-fed agriculture. And this is no longer a viable option. We know that the rain doesn't come when it should come, and when it comes, because of climate change, it's going to be higher, shorter duration, but high intensity rainfall. That is going to cause more damage. And we have seen that last year in terms of the rainfall that we have had, which has damaged a significant amount of crops down in many parts of the island, that you have had significant prices where tomatoes are being sold for $600 a pound and things. These are things that we can avoid simply by doing some rainwater harvesting, reducing flooding, and better utilizing that for agricultural purposes. Yes, it is not necessarily that we are going to always solving the problems by rainwater harvesting. Now, we know that, for instance, Mandeville had rainwater harvesting for a long time because everybody in Mandeville had a tank. Then you put in the Greater Mandeville Water Supply System that takes water from Porous and water from Pepper, and you send it up to Mandeville. And when you send it up to Mandeville, everybody forget their tank, and everybody wants water from the Greater Mandeville Water Supply System, which was not intended to serve the entire Mandeville area, only a certain portion of it. So we forget the rainwater harvesting there, and we do it. But we can have a conjunctive use in terms of rainwater harvesting and the NWC supply that will make things much easier. We see rainwater harvesting being used in small islands like Virgin Islands, Cayman, Bermuda, etc. But what they do is that before you build a house, you have to build a cistern. And the size of the cistern depends on the square footage of the house. And that water is not used for drinking purposes, it's used for other issues in the house like flushing toilet, washing, etc. And you drink water from bottled water. So we can do that. We can look at that. It might save some of the water that we see gushing down the streets when rain falls in Kingston and creating flooding and cars being washed away and people can't get home in the evenings. But it's something that has to be looked at very carefully. And I think that's one of the issues that, in terms of policy, whether or not we include the absolute necessity in any housing subdivision that is given, any housing solutions, that you must put in rainwater harvesting and put in a cistern that would allow you to use rainwater harvesting as part of your water demand and things. You know, I have found over the years that Jamaicans don't like to use rainwater harvesting in some of the rural areas because people believe that you need to get pipe water. Pipe water indicates a step up in their standard of living in their life. So everybody wants pipe water. But you can't run a transmission main 4 or 5 miles to give 2 people water. You will not be able to do that. And in many parts of the island, there is not water to be able to pump into pipelines that will give people on a water on a 24/7 basis. If we look in areas like Northern Clarendon, for instance, the geology as such is that you can't get that kind of water there. You must depend on rainfall. And if you don't have the rainfall, then you're not going to get any water. So that is going to be a problem. But you have to look at that. So we can't provide everybody with pipe water. And I think in the discussion that's coming up next in terms of water policy, we are going to see whether or not the water policy will allow us to be able to give everybody access to water. And remember now, in the policy you will find out that there is, and I hope it is discussed this afternoon, service areas and non-service areas. And non-service areas are areas which are not going to get piped water, but which will get water from like rainwater harvesting or springs or some other form of supply. But it's that we can give you access to water, but access has to be defined not necessarily as water running a pipeline. That's not what access is. In terms of agriculture, water, I think we need to understand that a lot of groundwater that is used for agriculture now is expensive. Why? We don't produce oil. We use a tremendous amount of energy, so the energy-water nexus is very important. And it's an expensive nexus because energy to lift water from all 200 feet and in some instances 500 feet for irrigation purposes is very expensive. We have to look at solutions like alternate, whether using wind or solar energy to provide the energy to lift that water. But it's expensive. What crop can a farmer grow that is going to pay for that cost of water unless government provides a subsidy of significant portion? We're already seeing a subsidy of over 80% to most farmers through the National Irrigation Commission in terms of water being supplied. And we now have some areas where we are developing water resources, groundwater resources, and it's very deep wells. We're talking about wells that are 500, 600 feet deep, and we're going to pump that water. And it's very expensive as to give the farmers that water to grow crops that are not going to bring a good return to be able to pay for that water. So we have to look carefully at that water. We hear talk of dwindling water resources. I don't think that there's a dwindling of water resources. I think over the years what we have failed to do, we have failed to use water efficiently, and we have failed to harness the water resources. There are areas where we can harvest water resources and methods that we can use that will save us significantly and provide greater benefits to Jamaica and to the public. So we have to look at where those areas are and what methodologies we can utilize. But efficiencies of use is also a significant factor. Efficiencies of use in a household can be saved by the water-saving devices. And for farmers, we can improve the efficiency in terms of your irrigation efficiency. A lot of farmers use flood irrigation. They just cover the fields with water. And farmers believe that by putting more water on the crop, it's going to grow better. But it doesn't work that way. You waste water, you will lead to salinization of soils, and you create more problems. Yes, flood irrigation is easier to do because the initial investment in costs for equipment like sprinklers and drip irrigation systems are cheaper. But we waste a lot more water. And I was hoping that in terms of the presentation from Isdratec, that would be some of the things that would be presented in terms of the devices that can be used. Because I personally studied in Israel, and I went to the factory that made all these devices, and that was years ago. And they're continuously improving, and you see the use of wastewater that is basically utilized. In Jamaica, I have a problem in that farmers don't want to use wastewater. Farmers believe that wastewater, especially if it's treated as sewage effluent, is not going to be treated to the level. And right now they may be correct, because we have like Soapberry irrigation, Soapberry treatment plant over in St. Catherine that can produce anywhere up to 25 million gallons a day of treated sewage effluent that can be utilized for irrigation. But there are certain things. One, the plant for Soapberry is located way down to the south. the irrigation lands are further north. You'd have to get the water up north and then move it back down to the lands where it's needed. We have to ensure that the treated effluent meets a standard which will not create a problem for the farmer or for the crops grown. And maybe you can't use it on leaf crops, but you can grow it on use it on orchard crops. So there are different things that we need to look at. And I'm hoping that in the discussions that are coming up, these issues will be brought out. We're going to be looking this afternoon at the issue of water scarcity and its implications for Jamaica's development. We're going to be discussing the water policy, whether it will get things flowing. Again, will that allow us to meet the demand for water? And I think my last panel discussion, water and economic or social good, is going to be creating a lot of discussion with the panelists. And I'm hoping that we can get more than one question from you participants out there. It's critical that you involve yourself in this summit and basically give us some ideas so that we can make the decisions that we can put into the final document that will be incorporated in government policy. Thank you, and I hope you have a good lunch, but join us back here at 1 o'clock for the continuation of the summit, and I look forward to your intensive and rigorous questioning of the panelists and involvement of participation in the summit. Thank you.
Wherever you want to be, JN can be there with you. So bank on your time with JN Bank Live. Online banking that goes where you go. JN Bank makes banking easy with our mobile banking platform, designed with you in mind. Now you can check balances from your favorite spot in the garden, transfer funds, or top up your phone while trying new recipes. Pay utility bills from the comfort of your workstation. Just sign in to JN Bank Live online banking and you're good to go. A faster, safer digital experience. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Okay. Good afternoon, again, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the afternoon session now. I hope you had a good lunch, but not something that would put you to sleep. But we hope to keep you awake with an intensive series of presentations this afternoon. The first of which will be from the Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Senator Honorable Aubin Hill, and he will speak on water scarcity implications for Jamaica's development. Then we'll go into the issue of the policy, the National Water Sector Policy, which was developed some years ago, which the moderator will be Mr. Michael White. He's a hydrogeologist, and he will be steering a panel of persons in discussing how will the policy impact access to water. And then we will go into the water and economic or social good. And basically, we will have a moderator, Ms. Corinne Catala, who's the lead water and sanitation specialist in the Water and Sanitation Division of the IDB. And we have three very impressive panelists, Dr. Michael Witter, who is an economist, who I know quite well from the university, and Mrs. Lynette Vassell, she's a gender and community specialist, and Mr. Winward Lawrence, who is from Jamaica Wells and Services. Then I will wrap up in the afternoon, and hopefully by 3:30, 4 o'clock, we should be out of here and things. But again, I challenge you to participate rigorously and to ask the questions and to submit all your questions and comments through the system that we may deal with them and get solutions and ideas to what we are discussing today. Water is a finite but valuable resource, and we need to ensure that we have water for not just for us, but for our future generations. All right? Thank you very much. We'll now we'll go to the next presenter, which will be the Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Senator Aubin Hill, and he will speak to the issues of water scarcity and the implications for national development. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned, stay focused. Thank you very much.
To deliver remarks this afternoon is Senator the Honorable Aubin Hill, Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Senator Hill has more than 35 years' experience as an international banker. He has lived in 9 countries and done business in more than 115, including the Middle East, where he has assisted in and led the restructuring of 2 major banks. In 2002, he had oversight of the management team which led the successful turnaround of the National Commercial Bank. Senator Hill has served several private and public sector boards. In March 2016, he was appointed to the Senate and he was subsequently elected Deputy President of the Senate. He was also appointed a non-resident High Commissioner for Jamaica to India and in 2017 named CEO of the Economic Growth Council in the office of the Prime Minister. In 2020, he was appointed a minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, with responsibility for water, land, BPOs, the Special Economic Zone Authority of Jamaica, and the special projects. Please welcome Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill.
Very pleased to be here with you and on this particular occasion. Water is so vital, not just for our existence, but really for our economic development. And I'm pleased to share with you today a few matters about water that you may not know. So I'm going to share my screen now and move into a short presentation. Right. Looks like we're ready to go. We're talking about water scarcity and the implications for Jamaica's development. Mr. Fernandez slowed down a bit when he talked about Ministry of Economic Growth. He might as well have just said job creation. We're here to not just look at economic growth, but really create jobs for Jamaica. And water, all forms, potable water, wastewater, they're all vitally important for our development and also to create jobs. A lot of jobs we expect in Jamaica. Jamaica has 116 rivers, 147 springs, 160 underground wells. We do have a lot of water. We are, after all, called a land, or was called a land of wood and water. We don't want to lose that. We do have a lot of water. We just need to manage it better and differently. 70% of abstracted water is used for irrigation. National Irrigation Commission drives that activity. And so you find that just 30% is used for potable purposes. You might have thought that most of the water that we have in the country is used for drinking and other household activities, but actually no, it's for irrigation because plants do take a lot of water. Only 30% of Jamaica's population has sewage services from the National Water Commission. Therefore, there's a lot of room for growth. You can't be like the person who went to some foreign country and said, oh, they don't have shoes, so don't worry, make any. And the other salesman went and said, look, they don't have shoes. Please make a lot. We have a lot to sell. So we have 70% of our population that still needs sewage from a central point or sustainable sewage. It might not just be from a central point. Other very distributed sewage facilities exist to serve both urban and rural communities, not all from NWC. And of course, many of these private developments do have their own sewer system. NWC produces 90% of Jamaica's potable water. That's 190 million gallons of potable water each day, the water that's drinking water. That's a lot of water. It serves 400,000 registered accounts. And that, of course, those 400,000 accounts total to about 2 million Jamaicans daily who use NWC water, and it provides sewage services to 700,000 Jamaicans daily. So every day, NWC's engineers, their clerks, their mechanical people are out there making sure these 190 million gallons of water a day come to Jamaicans. We know that some Jamaicans don't get water sometimes, it's delayed. But every time you're thinking of being irritable at the National Water Commission, just take a thought, give a thought of the amount of people that they have to serve every day and keep it going. Jamaica, of course, suffers from chronic distribution and catchment challenges. We have old pipes, some of them more than 100 years old. We have the portion inside the pipe is called a borehole. The boreholes of pipes are reduced significantly by sediments, calcified or the cast iron rust, and therefore the hole that the water must go through becomes smaller. That means the pressure is raised, and yet the pipes are rusted, so they burst a lot. There used to be a lot more bursting of pipes. And since in the past 4 years, we have had MIA, an Israeli company, in here fixing those, and we have reduced our non-revenue water from about 70% in the Kingston and St. Andrew area to about 30%, 38%, and going down to 30%. Another problem we have, another challenge, is that hillside erosion block or add significant sediments into the catchments and sometimes even into the pipes. Remote and rural hillside communities are often underserved by the NWC and other commercial suppliers. That means getting water to the last house on a hill or in a valley is extremely costly. 31% of households in non-utility service areas use harvested rainwater. For instance, where I grew up in St. Elizabeth, everybody has a tank, and we harvest our water, and we kept it, and we made sure that we had water during the dry season. Affluent communities are often on hillsides. That means all those people who live up on the hills that we know around, Beverly Hills, Jacks Hill, whatever hill we have. It's expensive to pump water uphill. And NWC spends 30% of its operational budget on electricity. They're probably, I should say we, because I chaired it until recently and is still in my portfolio, we probably are JPS's biggest customer. We used $46 million contract to Miamet, which I mentioned earlier, to reduce the water that wastes from the bad pipes that we have. We put in new pipes, new meters, and so on. We installed 12,326 meters in 48 socially challenged areas. That means people who live in these areas that don't normally have water, during this period of change with MIA, we've installed 12,326 meters of new pipes so that people can get water. New contract, we've added a new contract to the MIA contract in Kingston for the Portmore area. And that we're looking to reduce non-revenue water from 60% to 30% in the Portmore area in about a 4-year period. And of course, we're installing new pipes and meters. And I must encourage you to be aware of those new meters, because if you leave a pipe on, you're going to pay for the water. If your toilet keeps running and you hear it running and you haven't changed it, you're going to pay for that water, because these deal meters, you can see the meter on the left side of your screen. It's a brand is Deal from Germany. They're very good, very efficient, very smart. We don't have to go and dig them up to find out the details. So you know what? Fix your pipes in your house, because every drop counts and it's going to be charged. Some fixes to portable water challenges continue. We truck more water to remote communities. We know that. That's a fixture in Jamaica. We want to reduce that because trucking is expensive. We're adding in 15 million new gallons of water from the Rio Cobre at a cost of $60 million US. That contract is being finalized. Cabinet has approved it, and it's now on its way to be finalized. We have large investment needed for portable water systems, catchment and storage. We don't emphasize catchment enough for individual developments and or individual homes. We need new pipes, we need new treatment plants, and smart meters, more of the deal meters that I mentioned just in the previous slide. Rainwater harvesting and renewable water. 15% of Jamaican households use rainwater harvesting, like those of us who grew up in St. Elizabeth. My country home in St. Elizabeth, we still use that tank that my father built years ago, maybe 40,000 gallons. We put some more gallons on it, catch all the water from the roof, and we want to see more people doing that, so that you take, especially when you live in a distant rural community, to get NWC to put pipes there and put a pump and cleaning station for the water. Whereas if you catch it yourself, or in a community you have a catchment system that serves the community and is renewable, you're going to save, the country is going to save so much money, and you don't have to pump all that water. We can now use renewable energy, solar energy, to do the pumping in the daytime when most people are not using the water in the house. And when they come home in the evenings, you gravity feed it from the tanks that you pump the water up using solar energy. GOJ is looking at legislative and other means to promote, encourage, and enable a new expanded rainwater harvesting sources. I will speak more about that in my State of the Nation report in the Senate in a few weeks. I want to I put this slide in yellow so you will stop a little time with me. The background is yellow. And we want to make sure I highlight this. We need to find suitable sources of renewable energy to encourage and enable much more rainwater harvesting. Why am I talking about renewable energy when I'm talking about water? Because water is extremely heavy and it's hard to pump. Energy, as I told you in an earlier slide, energy takes up 30% of NWC's operating budget. As I said, we're probably JPS biggest customer. Water is heavy, therefore we must use the renewable energy that we're blessed with. Sunlight. Saudi Arabia has oil under the ground, they have to dig it out. We catch our sunlight from above on panels, and we're not using nearly enough. So renewable water and renewable energy must be linked to make sure we reduce the pressure on NWC that happens every year, every 2 or 3 times a year. And it's very, very costly. I'm going to tell you how costly it is to fix our water system in Jamaica. And a part of that fix must be using renewable water. In other words, you catch it as the rain comes, you renew it, and use renewable energy to pump it rather than using, well, dirty fossil fuel to pump water when we want to move to a place where climate change is so important and will affect so many of us. So you're going to hear more about this. Jamaica has to change to accept where we use renewable water across the country, even in the city, and we use renewable energy to make sure that water is available to people in the country. NWC will need approximately 3.5 billion US dollars, not Jamaican, 3.5 billion US dollars, according to a Castalia study that was recently done, to fix its potable and sewage treatment plants and systems. We will need about 800 million US dollars to fix just the downtown sewer system. That sewage system was put in some parts over 100 years ago. You may not know, but some of that it's done with bricks. The bricks are falling in on themselves, blocking the place. We need to invest substantially as we develop downtown Kingston, as we must develop our capital city to make it look much better and act much better and support people much better than it's doing today. The government of Jamaica plans to build 70,000 new houses in the next 4.5 years. Now, 10,000 of those houses, the Prime Minister is very clear, must be priced at $8 million or less. Contracts are being revised to make sure that we get those houses for people who must have that starter house to start their lives living better than they are now, and especially if they're young, to have a starter house that they can build and grow on later on. And so when you put in those 70,000 houses and all those people coming in, there'll be additional pressure on the water systems that we have. And therefore, we must look at investing and changing the way we handle water right now. And so to do that, NWC, as we know it now, will have to be corporatized. What does that mean? You have to make it into a company. Right now, NWC is owned by the government, and it's wholly owned by the government. It's not a corporation. We have to corporatize it in order to be able to privatize it. What do you mean? If we're going to need $3.5 billion US dollars to build this, Minister Nigel Clark, the Honorable Nigel Clark, will tell you that his intention and the government's intention is to have our debt trajectory going in one way, down. We don't want to increase our debt and get back to that place where we were, where we had to go almost cap in hand to the IMF and others. So in order to avoid putting that kind of debt on the government's balance sheet, if you will, we're going to look at privatizing in time NWC in such a manner that you have a well-managed and skillful set of finance partners who will come in not only with money, but with managerial skill, but must come in at about 35–40% of the ownership of the new company, so that they have a real skin in the game, as we will say in finance, so that they have a real interest in making it work. But in addition, we will want to make sure that entity go on the stock market so that Jamaicans can participate in a pseudo monopoly business. Not quite a monopoly, but important player, the most important player in the water business in Jamaica. And so we will also want pension funds to invest so that the whole operation of this new private company can be public and transparent. Every quarter they will have to report to the Jamaica Stock Exchange as to what is going on. Therefore, everybody can get to know what's going on. No secret, no hiding, no special contracts given to anybody. It will take time. It's a very complex activity. So the government is looking at it, and we will have to get to the point where we realize that if we want to get rid of the drought and we want to get better management in, more money in, because a big part of NWC's problem, it doesn't have the money it needs to get all the water it needs to get to so many people. So we have to get money in. If you're going to get that kind of money in, you have to privatize it, and we're going to have to change our mindset towards it. It will take time. Government, though, will hold a significant minority, 20%, 25%. We're not sure yet what it will be, but the government will be involved, because also government must take care of what we call social water. Water is necessary for every single human being and animal to live in this country. Therefore, those who cannot afford it, and there are few that can't afford it, we must make sure that they have water. The government will have to make an arrangement with this new company to underwrite that social water. But in time, as we build more houses, people get more jobs, the economy grows, then this size on the government operating expenses will change from this big, let's say, to over time to get smaller and smaller, maybe never to zero, because we'll always have some poor people, but it will be much smaller. An important minority of the shares will be placed on the stock market so Jamaicans can participate in that activity. And that's where I say thank you for hearing me. Thanks a lot.
Presentation. I think there are a number of questions that I will read for you. Maybe you can answer. I understand you may not be able to stay with us. The first question is, how can we achieve allocation efficiency? So should the majority of blue water be going to agriculture?
What should happen is that the amount of water that people need should go to people. If you're going to have an agriculture community, which still we must have because it employs quite a lot of people, and we need to have food for our people, we're going to have agriculture. It's a surprise to you, frankly, as it was to me. I was the chairman of the National Irrigation Commission.
Yeah.
And of course, like most people, I just thought most of the water that we use actually goes to our showers, our kitchen, and that's kind of stuff around the house. It doesn't. If you think about farming cane, farming cattle, farming pigs, chickens, whatever, they use a lot of water. And so I just had to recalibrate my mind that most of the water that we do produce actually does and will continue for a long time to go to agriculture. What is important is that people must get the water they need on a sustainable basis at a price that is agreeable and that they can afford.
But the water going to agriculture should also be used for food security, and we need that basically to move the country ahead. Second question, Minister, is the Honorable Mr. Hill's presentation mentioned that affluent communities are typically found on hills, and it is expensive to pump water up those hills. Would it therefore make sense to leverage GIS to have water billing rates incorporate a topographic slope multiplier as a means for making the cost of water more equitable across economic classes?
You know, that's something that is being considered. Now, Mr. Moderator, you and your questioner may have to interpret a lot of the technical stuff that they mentioned in there. But basically to say, look, since you live on a hillside and we have now internet and cloud science to measure where people live and the gradient and all that, maybe those who live up hills should pay a price for pumping the water up to them. Of course, they have the alternative that they can prepare their own water. They can, if you have a community that live on a hill, which is what I'm going to recommend for rural communities that the government will have to provide water for, is that maybe we put catchment areas up there. We might have a well in the valley or two, but you use solar energy to pump the water in the day and gravity feed it after you pumped it, so to the people who need it. So not only can the NWC, which now supplies all these people who live on the hills around Kingston, and if you live up there, one imagines that you can afford it, you will be charged in a certain way. But when you privatize as well, Mr. Questioner or Madam Questioner, when you privatize the entity, all those considerations go into, you might be a shareholder, you might be on the board of the privatized company, and you can bring that expertise that you just mentioned to the water company and make sure you market it properly and say this is an equitable way to charge for water. So that's another plus that would come from privatizing the entity, because the truth is, under a government entity with restrictions that we have in terms of money and resources, it's hard to put that in. It takes a long time.
Minister, just to inform you that when I was a member of the NWC board, we sought a variable rate from the OUR for people who live up on the hill, like people who live up in Mandeville, to get water from Pepper and Porous to go up to Mandeville. We thought that people who live at that high elevation should pay a variable rate, a higher rate than the people who get on the flat, because the energy cost is significantly different. So it may be something. It was refused.
You mean the people at OUR live on the hill? Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Fernandez?
That, Minister. Let's go to the third question, Minister.
All right.
Senator Hill noted that only 30% of householders have access to sewage treatment. How can we promote the use of nature-based options for wastewater management, as lower maintenance and many times lower cost for establishment, as viable options for wastewater treatment?
You're probably going to have to start with the areas that are thickly, densely populated, which is why I mentioned downtown Kingston. I mentioned downtown Kingston for a number of reasons. Our capital city looks decrepit. We cannot keep it that way. Our capital city was the second after London that is built on a grid. So it's not hard to manage. We have just allowed it to go to waste. And I have been committed since I came back to Jamaica to rebuild downtown Kingston. We have a government in place now that is committed to do that. But if you look at the sewage system downtown, it's going to cost you about $800 million US, as I said, because it has not been maintained. We have not had the money, and maybe we did not have the will to maintain our sewage system downtown. We have to make sure the sewage system that we put in for instance, Portmore and elsewhere, we maintain them and we expand them as the population grows. So we're going to have to make sure that we make that investment in order to be able to manage the sewage arrangement and the wastewater arrangement in the city. Because right now, the systems that manage them, apart from Soapberry is about 85% full right now.
Yeah.
It has to be expanded.
Yeah.
So we need investment. We have to invest.
The next question is the National Water Resources Policy. I am not sure if, speaks to the reuse of wastewater and gives incentives for commercial reuse of wastewater. Which institution should be driving that initiative? How can the uptake of the reuse of wastewater be increased more broadly?
We're looking at that right now from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, because clearly water is in this ministry. And I have a study going on right now to look at wastewater, and how to manage it and use it better, because it's a resource. We tend to see it as a waste. It really isn't a waste.
No.
Because water, you never destroy water. You either use it or it evaporates and in time comes down as rain, maybe not here, but somewhere else, but it never goes away. So we need to make sure we have a better arrangement for wastewater, because all we've seen it as dirty wastewater. And it's really much more valuable than that. And that is being done. I think maybe some of the people who will speak after me, because I heard the agenda, might address that wastewater issue in some more detail, but it's being studied right now. Under me, I have some people looking at it.
I agree with you, Minister. The next question is, it was implied by Mr. Fernandez that the quality of the water after treatment from facilities like Soapberry may not be suitable for growing all kinds of crops. Is that accurate? If so, how can we improve the treatment of wastewater at such facilities? Let me clarify.
Mr. Fernandez is Mr. Water. You need to ask him right there. See him there? Him is the man must answer.
Let me clarify, Minister. I didn't say that it was not suitable to grow certain crops. I'm saying that the irrigation persons were not in favor of using that water, and it could not be used on leaf crops like lettuce and other things. Because we have seen that issue in the U.S. where you have used treated sewage effluent, and you have had serious problems with lettuce and other things like that. So it's here. But I think that we can utilize it, but we have to improve Soapberry, and as you say, it needs expansion. So I think basically that once with the expansion will come. I think one of the problems with Soapberry right now is that we are getting a lot of water from industrial areas along Spanish Town Road and Marcus Garvey into Soapberry, and Soapberry was not designed to handle that industrial wastewater.
You're absolutely right about the mixture of water going into Soapberry, and yes, we have to make sure that we don't use that kind of wastewater to grow lettuce and things that we would probably eat raw.
Right.
But certainly, even cane farmers, if I remember correctly, were reluctant to use the water from Soapberry, and it would have been so good for cane.
Right.
For orchard crops, it can be used. So for many crops, it can be used, and it can be treated to a much higher level than it is now, Mr. Fernandez, as you know, and you can. The Israelis use that kind of wastewater, and I watch the engineer who run that plant drink the water after they finish it. They can bring it to that level. But it's very costly, and we probably don't need to do that because we get a lot more rain than Israel does, but it can go that far. So we can make even what comes from Soapberry better for use in agriculture, and maybe use more of our potable water and use wastewater for some more of our farming.
I'll tell you, Minister, that one of the tests that when I studied in Israel at the university, they took us down to Haifa treatment plant.
Yes.
And one of the tests was they put up 5 glasses of water, and you had to drink the water and then tell them which one came from the wastewater treatment plant. And you couldn't do that.
And you couldn't.
That's how clean it was. Yes. The next question is, Mrs. Nats Ferguson, water supply sector needs competition similar to telecommunication sector to drive efficiency. Will this ever be a possibility here? And I assume that that has to do with your issue on your discussion on privatization. And the final question was asked about what is the timeline for that privatization.
All right, I'm going to answer those, but before I do that, I don't want to miss the opportunity to say thanks to Jamaica National and all the persons and institutions that put this seminar together. Water is a vital issue, and we don't take it seriously enough. We call about electricity because we can't get them. Of course, we call about water. I get them. I've given out my phone number, so I get it, and I get it on social media every day. And I need to know. I need to get it, so we fix it. But the same people sometimes, when they complain and you offer a solution like privatization, they say, oh my, we can't do that. It's like Air Jamaica. Air Jamaica was in business for 40 odd years. It made money 1 year, yet nobody wanted to say, this doesn't make sense. The emperor has no clothes, him naked, it can't work. And so if you look at NWC's balance sheet, and it's public knowledge, it's presented in Parliament, we have lost money for decades, made no money. We don't have the money, therefore, to invest. That's why NWC is out there trying to collect money to just run its operations on a day-to-day basis. You cannot grow water and do what we must do unless we privatize it. And yes, when you talk about privatization, there should be competition, but competition takes money. So there are now entities that provide water that are not NWC. But when you have it, when they come, very often the complaint that people in the society have is that those guys cherry pick and take all the best parts out and would leave NWC with all the mess. NWC must put in the infrastructure, NWC must put in meters, and these guys come in and reap the best part of it. So we have to be careful that when privatization is being done, it's done on an equitable basis. And so the government, as I said, this is complicated. The government is looking at it, but all of you guys out there should be talking about it. Some people won't like privatization, some will like it, some will not. Look at the facts that if you don't privatize, you can't get the money to fix. We have to get the money to fix. So there are lots of issues, and that's why I'm putting it in the public square among all you intellectual people who have money and brains to start talk about it, and let's find the best solution. And I want to say again, many thanks to Jane and the team that put this together, to have all of us, all not just me and us on the panel, but the others who spoke this morning and who are participating in this, to take the water issue in all its facets into the public square so that we can find a solution to fix it.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's all the questions I have for you at this time. So wish
Thank
you all
very
the
much
best
for having me.
Thank you.
And good luck in the rest of your seminar.
Thank you very much, Minister. And we'll go on to the next presentation, which is under the heading, Will the Policy Get Things Flowing? And no pun intended. And see. So we'll have a moderator and panelists here. And see. Okay, thank you.
Will Jamaica's policy get things flowing? How does Jamaica's water sector policy empower the National Water Commission and other water suppliers to meet the demands for potable water? Those burning questions will be interrogated by our upcoming panel to be moderated by Mr. Michael White, Managing Director of Dairy Spring Limited. Now, Mr. White will be joined by Mr. Yaniki Watson, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Mr. Watson is an urban planner with more than 15 years' experience in academia, urban and rural development, environmental management, as well as oil and gas and spatial data development. He will also be joined by Mr. Glester Cunningham, Vice President at the National Water Commission. Mr. Cunningham is a civil engineer with more than 23 years' experience in the field. And Dr. Adrian Cashman, Chief Executive Officer of Quatix Water Resources Management, will join from Barbados. Dr. Cashman has spent more than 40 years in water sector regionally and internationally and is currently based in Bridgetown. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Are you hearing me? Hearing me, okay.
Yes.
Water is an essential ingredient for life development and growth. Domestic water for households, irrigation water for agriculture, water to fuel industrial processes, and water to sustain natural environment, tourism and recreation, and water for hydropower. So the whole issue of water covers an entire range. But our panel this afternoon is going to focus on examining the extent to which the 2019 water policy facilitates satisfaction of the demands for domestic water supply and sewage services. Our panelists, they're prompted by the questions: will the policy get things flowing? How does the Jamaica water sector policy empower the National Water Commission and other suppliers to meet the demand for potable water? Policy was retained in the 2019 policy. Universal access, financial self-sufficiency and sufficiency of water providers, encouraging private sector participation. Major additions in the 2019 policy, water sector policy, include a strong commitment to integrated water resources management, climate adaptation and mitigation, and very importantly, a change in the subdivision of domestic water and sewage demand to what has already been referred to as the utility service areas and non-utility service area. And it does away with the previous look at rural and urban water supply sectors. As you heard earlier, the utility service areas are those that one can supply economically with piped water, whereas the non-utility service areas are those that you can't, that the piped water is not the most cost-effective way of providing the service. The vision statement of the water sector policy says, and I quote, "The water resources is managed in a sustainable and integrated manner so as to facilitate the population having universal access to potable water and adequate sanitation by the year 2030. It sets out as its goal to ensure, and I quote, to ensure that Jamaica's water resources are efficiently managed so as to provide for our nation's, our nation's social, economic, and environmental well-being now and in the future. This 2019 water policy has certain guiding principles: sustainability and intergenerational equity, that we not only use up all the water now, but we save some for the future. Sustainability, efficiency of use, production and use, integrated water resources management, universal access, responsiveness to gender and vulnerability groups, and stakeholder participation. I think it is necessary to point out that the policy sees a national demand for water and sewer services being provided by the National Water Commission in utility service areas, and the Rural Water Supply Limited in non-utility service areas, with private water providers functioning in a supportive role to both these government entities. Each panelist has 10 minutes to explain how the water sector policy facilitates satisfaction of the articulated vision and goal of the policy, after which there will be a 15-minute question and answer period involving the participants of the summit. And I will wrap up by the end of the discussion. I now invite Mr. Yannick Page, Chief Technical Director, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, that has the portfolio responsible for water, to make his presentation.
All right, good. Jamaicans locally and Jamaicans in the diaspora. I hope everyone is hearing me clearly. And I'm Yannick Watson, not Page this time. Yannick Page is also popular. Thank you. And so essentially what we will look at today is the satisfying demands for potable water through the implementation of the water sector policy. Now, in this, yes, so in this short presentation, we want to look at the water sector policy and the implementation plan. We want to look at potable water, water in utility service areas and potable water in non-utility service areas. Look at social water, which is very important, as well as the provision of potable water by private providers, which will give us an understanding of the scope or the landscape of water distribution and development in Jamaica. Now, the National Water Sector Policy and Implementation Plan is very important to the development of water in Jamaica. As said, and the government of Jamaica Vision for Management of Water Resources is guided by Vision 2030, which also states that Jamaica, the place of choice to live, raise families, and do business. Certainly, we can't do any of those things efficiently without having a proper water development and supply system in place. Now, the water sector policy recognizes the critical role of water resources in the realization of this vision, and also it seeks to manage water resources in a sustainable and integrated manner. Now, this can facilitate the population having universal access to potable water and adequate sanitation by 2030. The goal of the policy is to ensure that Jamaica's water resources are managed efficiently to provide our nation's social, economic, and environmental well-being today and far into the future. Now, there are 6 guiding principles to the water sector policy: sustainability and intergenerational equity, which means that water resources and water services are able to satisfy the change in demand placed on them now and into the future, which is indeed thinking sustainable. Efficiency, which focuses on water as an economic resource, and water service provision, as we know, is costly. So services in the water sector must be delivered efficiently and should be self-financing, as was posited by Minister Hill earlier. Now, we also have the integrated water resources management, and this is the coordinated development and management of water, land, and related resources in order to maximize economic and social welfare without compromising the sustainability of ecosystems and the environment. So this simply means partnership in water. And of course, the policy itself from that in 2000, the difference with this, a major difference, is the integrated approach to this policy incorporating other sectors. Now, there's also the importance of universal access to water, safe water and sanitation, which is basic human necessity. And access to safe water must be convenient, it must be reliable, affordable, and it must be at established international standards for quantity and quality. So no one should go without basic water and sanitation because of their inability to pay. And of course, we have responsiveness to gender and vulnerable groups, looking at the age, the youth, and disabled. Systems must be designed in such a way which can be beneficial to all the different groupings. And of course, stakeholder participation is vital to this policy. In the policy, we also focus on service targets for water supply. And in this manner, water must be safe. Very important that water is safe. And it must conform to standards set by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as well as the World Health Organization. It must be convenient as well, where we have water being delivered to homes, or it must be as close as possible. No one should be more than 500 meters away from some sort of water supply system. It must be of sufficient quantity. Each person should have access to at least 50 liters of water per day, given our current realities. It must be reliable. Water supply will be available under the policy 24 hours a day or otherwise on a predictable schedule. It must be affordable. Pricing of water will continue to be arrived at by consultation with stakeholders, and this means even the entire citizenry of Jamaica. No one will be denied access to potable water due to their inability to pay under this policy. Now, in terms of service targets for sanitations, cities and major towns will have storage services provided by a utility company. And of course, this can be done through partnership. And where this is not economically feasible, all development should have access to safe and environmentally friendly sanitation solutions. And, with new technologies and new methods of designs and so forth, this can be achieved. Sanitation solutions should preserve the privacy and dignity of users. And of course, standards for non-storage areas will be established and enforced through the national building codes, regulations from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Municipal Corporation, and of course, the National Environmental and Planning Agency guidelines. So there's a robust set of regulatory framework out there, which this policy can use to guide service distribution. Also, the policy divides the country into utility service areas, as was mentioned, and non-utility service areas. So 85% of the Jamaican population reside in utility service areas, while approximately 15% resides outside of non-utility service areas. Now, in areas that are considered remote for existing pipe systems, or is sparsely populated or on hilly terrain, you know, similar to Mandeville, especially deep rural, then other technical solutions will be utilized. You know, some of these solutions are used in Africa and are termed as appropriate technologies to the situation in which people live. The provision of water in utility service areas, as was mentioned, NWC is a major provider, and it's a government target really to ensure that pipe water is supplied to all households and at least 85% of the population by 2030. We also want to look into the financing through the policy of water generation and distribution in utility service areas, as Minister Hill mentioned, and we want to do that through public-private partnerships. He spoke about the Rio Cobre water scheme, which is a partnership with the government and private sector partners, and special capital improvement fund, which is a concept of having a special fund where you know, can be done through existing customer billing, which is an innovative approach to raise funds to incrementally improve the water system in a sustainable manner. Also, the issuing of preference shares, the privatization of companies, or, you know, yes, basically. So that is on the board as well. And pretty much this will help us to refinance existing debt. It can be used as a debt management tool, as we all know, and also to finance specific asset installation as well as new projects. So in terms of non-utility service areas, the GOJ policy will ensure that persons in those areas have access to water as well by 2030. And of course, accompanying the policy, which is important, is a water supply development strategy for remote rural areas, right? And this details how the government will achieve this target. So looking at it from that perspective, appropriate method will be utilized, and, you know, whichever methods, through gravity feed, solar powered systems, and community rainwater harvest systems can be put in place to ensure that this is achieved, and to take in mind the physical environment, and to ensure that the mechanism of affordability is taken into consideration as well. There's also the policy well ideates the creation of the Water Access Fund, where loans could be given to households to set up rainwater harvesting systems. Grants could be given to reduce the cost of setting up such systems, and loans to community organization or grants to construct small water supply schemes in rural areas. And importantly, this fund could possibly fund it through donor institutions, through private public sector contributions, etc. So there are many different ways to supply a water access fund. The Rural Water Supply Limited is also instrumental in carrying works in rural areas, and some of the projects that were developed recently include Tiki Tiki and Peared Spring Water Supply System, Hamwalk, Redwood.
Watson, you have 1 more minute, please.
Yes, and others. Now, in terms of social water, it is important. We're looking at quantifying social water through a multi-tiered system to ensure that even at the lowest level, people have 50 liters per day. And also there is a beneficiary identification system similar to PATH, which can support water systems. Now, private sector partners are important to the process, and we want to build out our capacity. So far, there are 16 in Jamaica, and we want to use the policy to further build them out and ensure that they provide services to low adjoining areas at a cost to ensure universal access. So there we have it, moderator. Pretty much we just want to ensure that the policy captures all, it is able to do that, and to ensure that all Jamaicans have crucial access to universal potable water and adequate sanitation, at least by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I'll now invite Mr. Glenister Cunningham, Vice President, National Water Commission, to explain how the policy will assist the NWC to get pipe water in all households in utility service areas while meeting the service and affordability standards by 2030. Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for that. You can tell me when you are seeing my screen.
Not yet.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, screen is coming up now.
Brilliant.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you to the JN for having us here to have this discussion. My task is to give the NWC's perspective on how the water sector policy empowers us and other suppliers to meet demands for potable water. Thankfully, the goals and the principles that guide the policy have been described by yourself and our CTD already, so I won't go through all of that. So I'll move on to 2 or 3 of the principles that are described as in the policy. The first being integrated water resource management and sustainability. IWRM, integrated water resource management, is hinged basically or held by 3 main pillars: management instruments, the enabling environment, and the institutional roles. Now, your management instruments include things like your water resources assessments, your watershed area management, demand management, your regulatory instruments, and economic instruments. And these are managed by the institutional stakeholders. In our case, we are under the umbrella of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, under the Prime Minister, Honorable Holness, and our own Minister and former Chairman, who you heard from earlier, Senator Auburn Hill. Our regulators, we have 4 main ones: the Ministry of Health, which deals with the setting and monitoring of standards for potable water and sanitation facilities; the WRA, which regulates abstraction of groundwater and surface water; the OUR, which sets tariffs and regulates our service standards for piped water supply and sewerage systems. They recommend licensees and provide policy advice and conflict resolution; and the National Environmental and Planning Agency, which is responsible for conservation and the protection of the use of land, water, and other resources. And they set standards for treating and discharging effluent along with the Ministry of Health. The players in this sphere are ourselves, private providers, and the Rural Water Supply Limited. In terms of access to water, you would have heard from Mr. White and from Yannick. The country is divided into utility service areas and non-utility service areas. It is believed that about 85% of our population live in what is called utility service areas, which is where piped water can be economically provided. The coverage currently is about 75%. So between the NWC and private providers, it is intended that by 2030, we would get to that 85% of coverage. In the non-utility service areas, that falls under the purview of the Rural Water Supply Company. That will hopefully get us to that 100% by 2030. To provide that supply, obviously you need the availability of water. This graphic kind of demonstrates the dilemma that we have here in Jamaica. The blue bars represent where water actually is, the availability of water, whereas the red is the demand. You'll see that the majority of our water exists on the north coast, whereas our high density population, and as a result, our higher demands are on the south coast. We're separated obviously by the mountain ranges along the latitudinal axis of the country. And to get water from the north to the south, to get water from where it is to where people are is a huge undertaking. So obviously we have to make do with what we have. I'll take a quick snippet from the Honorable Andrew Holness's quote in the policy itself, where great care must therefore be taken to manage our water resources and supply network. That means, of course, investment in not only maintenance of our existing systems, but replacement of our older ones and investment in new systems. The policy contemplates private participation and recognizes the importance of partnership with them. There are at least 4 important ways where the private sector can contribute. Typically, they're awash with cash and therefore can provide financing or funding where GOJ-owned companies are not able to borrow, which is the climate we're currently in. They typically are at the cutting edge of technology and have the expertise that can be applied to the problems that face the sector today. The whole point of private sector business is to make money. So there is a natural incentive to find ways to reduce costs, which are a benefit to all of us. They can respond more quickly and nimbly to the market than typically a government agency can, usually because of the lower barriers that they have to leap in terms of procurement. The NWC, recognizing these benefits, currently outsources several of our operations. Meter installations is an example. The Soapberry wastewater treatment plant is a result of a partnership between the NWC and a private sector entity. We are pursuing some co-management performance-based contracts in the KSA and Portmore in terms of non-revenue water reduction at the moment. And our bill collection and debt recovery is also outsourced. No conversation about private participation is complete without talking about public-private partnerships. We recognize that it's an important tool. The policy itself does recognize that as well, as a mechanism for leveraging finance and performance. And it contemplates a number of mechanisms, ranging from divestment of capital works projects. You would have heard conversations about the utility offering shares on the stock exchange in the future. And it goes all the way up to the possibility of 100% divestment of the National Water Commission. In terms of our own pursuits at the moment, we are contemplating a number of PPP arrangements. The Northern Parishes Non-Revenue Water Reduction Project, which would be seeking to take our non-revenue levels from about 70% thereabouts in the Northern Parishes to about 30% if possible. This would occur in the parishes of St. Anne, Trelawney and St. James. We're also looking into the expansion of the Soapberry wastewater treatment plant, which looks into doubling the capacity of the plant, recognizing the anticipated growth in the Kingston and St. Andrew area, as well as the introduction of the Caymanas Special Economic Zone. We're also looking into centralized sewage systems for a number of towns on the south coast and Falmouth on the north coast. The policy also contemplates the issues that we have to deal with climate change. Drought is a common issue we've had to deal with within the last 5 to 10 years. And as a small island developing state, climate change, we are particularly vulnerable to. Sea level rise, for example, can cause saline intrusion in our coastal wells, not an impressive one. We also mentioned earlier about the issue of where water is versus where people are. So in situations of scarcity of water, people will find access more difficult in some areas than others. And how we are seeking to mitigate these is by, as I said, investment and the pursuit of non-revenue water reduction projects. We are intensifying our leak detection and repair capabilities. We are increasing our monitoring and control of our storage facilities to reduce overflow and other losses. And we are reducing our contribution, seeking to reduce our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions by adopting energy efficiency and renewable energy technologies where they are economically viable. On that subject, the kinds of things that we are pursuing are the replacement or right sizing of pumping equipment and investigation into renewable energy systems. The policy itself recognizes other technologies. You would have heard about rainwater harvesting, particularly in rural areas, but it can be explored in urban areas as well. The first panel explored that. There needs to be a much deeper conversation about wastewater reuse, not only for agriculture, which we are in fact exploring in the expansion of the Sudbury plant. One of the big tenets will be to take the wastewater to a level of treatment that it can be used for other purposes and resold. And finally, in terms of financing, I have an uncle that I'm particularly close to who likes to say it takes cash to care. And with all of this, at the end of the day, that's really what matters. You would have heard Minister refer to the $3.5 billion estimate that it would be required for investment in water supply and sewage infrastructure to meet our 2030 targets. The NWC currently spends about $5.6 billion annually. That graphic on the right it's not intended for you to be able to read it. It's just to give you an indication of the number of projects that we undertake in any given year. But even with that, to get to that level of coverage would require us to be spending about 8 times what we are currently spending. We're obviously not able to finance all of that directly from our revenues. And in the climate we're currently in, we are hamstrung in terms of our borrowing. The government is trying to reduce, if not hold, its debt levels. And guaranteeing loans for us would represent contingent liabilities for them. So that's a little bit of a roadblock for us at the moment. So in closing, does the policy empower us to meet the demands? Legally, I would say yes. Environmentally, in terms of the regulatory and the environmentally, absolutely. Financially, I leave you to draw your own conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham. Now I'll invite Dr. Adrian Cashman, a water engineering consultant to the ministry in the preparation of a monitoring and evaluation framework for the national water policy. I trust that Dr. Cashman will be able to present the perspective of some of the perspectives expressed by the private sector. Dr. Cashman. You need to unmute Dr. Cashman.
Right, I'm going to share my screen with you now. I trust that you can see it.
Yes, we can, and we're hearing you now.
Thank you very much indeed for that. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to Jamaica National Foundation for inviting me this afternoon to share a few thoughts with you on whether or not Jamaica's national water policy actually empowers. Sorry, I think I've got the wrong. I've got the wrong presentation up for you. Please bear with me a minute. As I say, I've got the wrong presentation. Right, hopefully you can see the right one now. Will policy get things flowing? And so thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you. First of all, before I get into what I want to share with you, I want to say that I'm a very big admirer of what Jamaica as a country has done in the water sector. It's probably the leading example of how you should be managing your water sector in the Caribbean. And I've often held it up as one of the exemplars of getting things right. But let's not fool ourselves. There's always room for improvement in what we do. And so this is just some of my thoughts. So policy. We've already heard from Glaister that he thinks that policy is enabling and the National Water Corporation to keep water flowing. However, I think that the situation is a little bit more complex than has been made out. Policy is about setting expectations and giving direction as to how those expectations are to be met, right? So what it essentially does is it sets out who should do what. And it is guided in part by an appreciation of the resources that are available. And that's why you see in water sector policy documents, one of the first things there is there's some sort of appreciation of the water resources. So what do we have in order to satisfy some of those demands? And this really sets the scene for what then follows. So the first big question is, and it's been addressed to a certain extent already, is will Jamaica have sufficient water resources to meet the needs, not just of industrial, domestic, but also agricultural demand? And at first inspection, we could say yes. Demand, according to the sources, represents only about 23% of the exploitable resources. So you'd think, right, well, that's actually not too bad. And the World Resources Institute categorized water stress by saying that if withdrawals are between 10 and 20%, there is low to medium stress on those resources in the country. So at first sight, we would say that yes, we can move on from the resources and start looking at the other aspects. But, and here's where the buts start, there does appear to be a lack of up-to-date, publicly available information on the resources for agriculture, domestic, and industrial reuse. For example, the 2019 policy, which sets out what is going to be done, quotes figures from 2009. Now that's 10 years out of date. And you're building a policy around these figures. And this is an official government document that government agencies have contributed to with information that is 10 years out of date, and you are trying to set policies on the basis of that. Furthermore, the projections of future demand, again, very uncertain. And according to one, that use of exploitable resources could rise to 40%. So I do believe, as some have hinted at already, that there is going to be a resource problem. And if you like, and Glaister has already put up an interesting figure on water availability, where if you look at the Kingston St Andrew area, he's saying that the allocated, the amount that's being used is somewhat less than, sorry, for St Catherine, is somewhat less than the available resources. But once you start factoring in the agricultural, the industrial, or the non-agricultural demands, you will see that, in fact, the water resources in Kingston St Andrew and St Catherine are over-allocated. That suggests that going into the future, there is going to be competition between different sectors. And yet, the water policy is silent on water allocation mechanisms. It is something that is not addressed in the policy. It's interesting that Global Water Partnership has recently put out a perspectives paper on sharing water, recognizing that this aspect of water allocation and sharing is one that with climate change is going to become even more critical than it is at present. So the policy speaks of all households having access to potable water. Access meaning 50 litres per person per day within 500 metres. That means somebody has to walk 1,000 metres to get 50 litres of water. I would suggest that in certain areas, the more steep areas, that is actually quite something to ask. And I note as well that based on recent information, average household use is about 170 litres per person per day. So you are actually promulgating restricted demand or restricted consumption as a way of addressing your access to water, right? The NWC has been expanding coverage, and private providers, as you know, Mr. White, have been playing their role in this. That's fine, but what is not talked about is reliability of the service. In fact, if you look at the document, the policy document, reliability is only mentioned in that document in the Prime Minister's message. It is not something that is addressed in the policy. So in one way, I would ask the question, is the policy target of expanding coverage having a perverse effect? Is it prioritizing expansion over reliability, and by coincidence or by extension, continuing high levels of water loss by prioritizing this extension rather than the maintenance? Now, granted, we have heard from the Minister that great strides have been made in reducing non-revenue water. That is certainly true. But all these things have an impact on the cost of providing services. So the other thing that has been mentioned is that that NWC wishes to provide pipe water supply where it is economical to provide it in what are now called utility service areas. It means that the NWC is the supplier of last resort. And as we go through to corporatization, that is something that is going to have to be negotiated. Private providers, there are about 16 of them. They're a small number and they're somewhat niche in there. One of the remarks that was made in an earlier presentation was that the private sector is awash with money. Well, it's awash with money for a reason. It is incentivized to provide a good service and to have customers that are happy with that service and are prepared to pay for that service. And I find the language in Section 6 around the private sector somewhat not encouraging, and where both sides, when you talk to both sides, say that they are not on a level playing field. The NWC says that the private sector is cherry picking, the private sector is coming along and saying the NWC is privileged. There needs to be a more cooperative and collaborative arrangement if Jamaica is going to move forward, I think. The other thing is policy monitoring and evaluation. Policy, as I've said, sets expectations and targets. Monitoring checks on progress, and evaluation questions whether changes need to be made. However, there are at the moment very few consequences or incentives for not meeting those targets. So, being a bit controversial, what is the point of having targets if there are no consequences in not reaching them? We've heard the figure of $3.5 billion to put the water supply and sanitation system in Jamaica in where it should be, in the right place, right? To achieve that by 2030, I think this is what Mr. Cunningham was hinting at, although he didn't want to perhaps try and answer his own question, is that trying to achieve that by 2030, I really don't think is going to be realistic. We've talked about the corporatization of the National Water Commission. I can tell you that is going to take 2 to 3 years minimum before they can get up and running to do that. In the meantime, their attention could be diverted from trying to meet these targets. But even corporatization needs to have coming with it an alteration to the regulatory system to bring in these incentives and consequences to move away from the Office of Utility Regulation taking a backward look at performance to setting more challenging targets for the future, to look at forward regulation rather than backward looking regulation. So does the policy get things going? Well, it certainly provides the necessary conditions, but that in itself is not enough sufficient. There needs to be things like improvement to the efficient and effective use of water resources. We've heard earlier today some very, very good ideas around that, but the big area to look at in efficiency and effectiveness is in the agricultural sector, which is taking 70% of the water. We need to address some of the legislative backlog that is identified in the national water sector policy, because legislation provides the legitimacy to bring in those regulations to affect change. We need to convert the policy propositions, which are there in that document, into plans. The policy document speaks of a number of plans. The plans are what you use to change these, what needs to be done into concrete actions on the ground. And we're not seeing enough progress to date on moving those plans forward. You need to improve the financial performance of the providers, and that really is the National Water Corporation. And I would also go on to say NIC and Rural Water Supply Limited as well. And the other interesting... Can you wrap up now, please? I'm wrapping up right now, sir. The other thing that has come out is, and this is from a survey of sector stakeholders, is that innovation is not, the policy as it stands is not incentivizing innovation in the sector as well. So thank you very much for listening. I hope I've given you something there to get your teeth into and challenge all three of us panelists on. Thank you.
I agree with you tremendously. Your presentation highlights a number of continuing challenges for the water sector. Mr. Watson presented the policy fairly clearly and very succinctly. And Mr. Cunningham explained the Water Commission's perspective. And Dr. Cashman has given us an overview of some of the challenges that still exist. Can I open the floor now to questions from the participants? Evian Morgan Johnson, when will the government start mandating these industrial companies to pre-treat their wastewater before discharging that wastewater into the Soapberry sewage system? Who'd like to take that question? Mr. Cunningham?
That is more of a policy question. So I would yield to our CTD to take that one.
Thank you. As Dr. Cashman said, our legislative arrangements need to be improved. Of course, there are backlog in legislation, and as we continue to develop our legislative framework to guide a scalable water policy, then what you're going to find is that will come into fruition. So it's something that we will take into consideration and look at how soon those matters can be addressed. And of course, it intertwined with a number of other regulatory entities such as NEPA and so forth in monitoring the process. That's the important aspect of it, monitoring the process and monitoring those companies to ensure that the quality of what leaves their property in terms of wastewater is of the level that can be discharged into Sudbury.
Is there a role in there for NEPA?
Definitely.
They're in fact the ones who administer the regulation about effluent disposal. So
yes,
maybe that link, if we could strengthen that link, maybe we could get some results there.
Certainly.
I think not being a particular expert in this, but from having looked at what NEPA and some of the regulations that NEPA have at its disposal, I would think that within the ambit of the existing regulations that are there is scope for NEPA to perhaps address some of these issues by looking again at the licenses and the license conditions that they have, and it will come down very much to the attitude that you take between the regulator and the industry concerned, and what tends to work is that where you take a sort of collaborative and negotiated approach with the industry and use that to incentivize them to improve their treatment.
I'd just like to add, it's not just when you hear industry, you tend to think something involving chemicals. I'd just like to expand that to the policing of, for want of a better word, grease producing industries, restaurants, etc. A lot of the smaller ones dump their grease straight into sewers, and that creates a lot of hardship for us, not just at the treatment facilities, but in the pipes as well that convey the sewerage to the systems. So just to add that.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. The next question is from Lise Walter. If persons require at least 50 liter per capita per day by NWSP and Latin America uses 150, why is the minimum allowed by the WRA and Ministry of Health 230 liters per capita per day when we're designing water supply systems? How can we get to a Jamaican data-driven number? I think maybe Mr. Cunningham, the whole water demand issue.
So, well, it requires some consideration. It was very interesting to hear Dr. Cashman mention or position the statement of that 50 liters a day. Is it really an attempt to hide our capacity to provide? And I don't think it is, but it certainly is food for thought. We should align our design requirements with our provision capability, indeed. And I do agree with Ms. Walter that some work is required. I suspect that in the update of the policy that will be looked at as well.
Thank you.
Just to be a bit controversial on this, sometimes, and to an extent I've been guilty of it myself, is that knowing that there are losses in the system, you build in your estimate of your per capita demand an allowance for the losses when you're looking at your system as a whole. And I know that in certain cases, what projects I've been involved with, when I've been looking at what the demand on the resource has been, that I've built that allowance in. I'm not sure if that is the case here. It's certainly, but as Mr. Cunningham has said, it really does need to be looked at very carefully and based on, and I think with the systems they're putting in place, they're going to have a much better idea from the feedback on the new water meters on what they should be designing their systems for.
Thank you. I have a number of questions for Kwame Emmanuel, but I think I'll have to select some to give others a chance. What are the challenges? This is from Kwame Emmanuel. What are the challenges related to government regulating government? For example, the WRA regulating the National Water Commission. Can I ask Mr. Watson to address that one?
Of course, it does take place. What we want is a collaborative approach. We have had that in the past where these agencies work together. Of course, certainly WRA know their mandate and would definitely have seen in instances where they carried out their mandates against other entities such as the National Irrigation Commission, etc. But what we essentially want is a collaborative approach and a policy. I've always said that in government, we need a policy to create policy. And that policy have to look at timelines. You know, do we, because of the time-bound approach to legislations and institutional framework, we should have a policy in place and we should look forward to developing a policy towards developing policy itself, whether, you know, it should be developed in 8 months and when do we look at reviewing that policy after how many years and so forth. So efforts have been made and we will continue to make the effort. And of course, with the stakeholders and the citizens involved, we'll continue to listen to the information, the ideas, and push forward to make those changes.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions, but we're running out of time. The legislations and policies are being, this is from Kevin Chambers. The legislations and policies are being revised and strengthened, I know. But when are they going to be strong enough? When are there going to be stronger monitoring and evaluations to ensure that these policies and laws are being adhered to? And this is for the ministry. Mr. Watson.
I agree in terms of the strengthening of our policies and having a monitoring mechanism or framework in place to match up to those policies. And what we have to look at is the economic realities of Jamaica and, you know, how we even pay, monitor, you know, across government to get the quality necessary and to retain monitoring officers, etc. Also, our realities as a country in terms of what happens out there, a lot of persons will see, hear, blind, deaf. And, you know, we have to move across that and to ensure that the work is done. If we go out to monitor, we monitor. And the ministry is strong on that. I know the PS is very, very strong on that, putting a new focus and strategic planning to ensure that monitoring is done not only, well, we monitor the agencies who monitor the projects, but we also monitor what is happening out there. So what you have is a dual approach to monitoring to make sure that the gaps are filled.
Thank you.
Can I put something in here? There is, as you may be aware, there was a monitoring and evaluation framework document put together back in, I think it was 2018 or 2019, which is with the water policy and monitoring branch within the ministry. we're actually having a look at that document at the moment to see. It's a very comprehensive document, and I think that my own perspective of it is that to try and implement all of it at once, and in fact the document speaks to this itself, it speaks of an incremental approach. There is a lot of behind the scenes things that need to be done for that to come. The framework is there. There are questions now about engaging with the various stakeholders that have to provide the information to make sure that they are in the position to be able to provide that information. And in going forward, you go it step by step. I understand Kevin's point that he's making, and I have a great deal of sympathy with it, but Rome wasn't built in a day, at least, but the foundations are there for that monitoring and evaluation framework. And that's what I was alluding to in my presentation, that the monitoring and the evaluation are absolutely critical to make sure that the right things are being done and the investments are going in the right place. And I think without that, you're going to have people like the NWC and RWSL perhaps not doing what they're doing things, but maybe not doing the right things. So I understand, Kevin. Sorry, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sorry.
We've gone so much over time because the discussions and the questions have been so interesting. But unfortunately, that has to be the last question. And we're going to have to wrap up here to allow the rest of the program to continue behind schedule, but hopefully not too far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Watson, Mr. Cunningham, Dr. Cashman, thank you all very much for your presentation. I think it lit the summit on fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Water, an economic or social good? The case for increased privatization of water supply in order to meet demand and improve efficiency. Our panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Corinne Cathala, who is a lead water and sanitization specialist in the Water and Sanitization Division of the IDB. Since 2001, Ms. Cathala has been leading operations and collaborating on the design and execution of water and sanitization projects in the region. Please welcome our moderator, Ms. Corinne Cathala. Now, let's meet our panelists for this session. Dr. Michael Whittle, economist. Dr. Whittle has spent more than 40 years in academia at the UWI as a senior and is a senior researcher, a research fellow at the Sir Arthur Lewis Research Institute of Social and Economic Studies. He's joined by Mr. Winward Lawrence, General Manager of Jamaica Wells and Services. Mr. Lawrence has spent more than 2 decades in the water sector. And to round up the panel, Ms. Lynette Vassell joins us right here. Ms. Vassell is a gender and communication specialist and has spent many years combining activism in movements and activism in communities and women's movements with academic work. She has done extensive work in communities, research and policy on gender, water, and sanitization. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel. Thank you.
For having me moderating this panel. Very exciting topic, water and economic or social good. Well, we've had this debate for many years, public versus private sector debate, which has already taken place, really. And the conclusion is that the public sector is not better or worse than the private sector. There is not really a preferred model. There are excellent privately run water utilities, as you know, in Chile, Brazil, Colombia, and there are also excellent public water utilities in the region. The public and private sector are going to operate, as a matter of fact, well or badly, depending on the regulatory environment in which they operate. In addition, it is estimated right now that it is necessary to invest more or less in the order of $20 billion per year to achieve the SDGs in 2030. And there shouldn't be any doubt in our minds that this will require a joint collaboration of the public and private sector to fulfill that goal under different models. Today, both the private and public sector need to innovate as well in the financial, in the technical, in the environmental, as well as in the governance aspects. There has been innovation in the telecommunication sector, for instance, when we look at mobile phones. Also in the transportation sector, there's been quite a lot of innovation. If you look at Uber or the Lyft companies, those sectors have changed dramatically over the past few years. However, the water and sanitation sector has been quite slow and sometimes reluctant to innovate. But without innovation, to improve the way the water utilities operate and relate with their customers, it will not be possible to reach the SDGs. So at the IDB, we are promoting different tools. One of them is the Aqua Rating, which is a performance evaluation tool to facilitate change management within water utilities and to improve their efficiency and sustainability. And without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists today, and we will start with a presentation from Mr. Michael Whittle. Michael, the floor is yours. I think your microphone is muted.
To
muted it. Forgive me. Are we hearing me now?
Yes.
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. So let me begin by commending the scope of this two-day seminar. But I really hope that these discussions become accessible to the widest possible audience, perhaps through a series on local TV. I also want to commend the basis of the seminar, which is the National Water Sector Policy and Implementation Plan. It's the most comprehensive and strategic vision on water, and I hope that it is given the widest possible exposure by way of the presentations that we are having now, but in a way that is comprehensible to the general public. And by general public, I mean starting with the children in prep school and going all the way up to working adults. That is, the plan will have to be presented in a way that is comprehensible in terms of the way the concepts are expressed, the language, and so on. Already in the sessions that I have heard, there has been such tremendous feedback for the revision and the development of this plan. So I'm sure that the ministry is learning a lot from this, and I would like that to be the experience of the general public as well. As far as this session goes, let me say from the outset, I don't see things as either or, but prefer to be both and. I cannot see water as either economic or social. And I think it is important because we can err if some take the economic perspective and don't deal with the social and vice versa. Mm-hmm. Let me just say a few things about the plan itself. Much of it has been identified before, but I want to refer to it again. For example, it identifies the main issues and it starts with the high level of non-revenue water. It seems to me that is a way down the line, actually, and reflects the particular interest of the water supplier at this point of view. It's very important, it's just a matter of where the balance is. And I just want to point out that in the discussion, we sometimes get the impression that apart from leakages, non-revenue comes from people who are unable to afford to pay for water. But it is also true that some who can afford to pay for water do not pay for water. The plan does mention social water, that is, supplies to those who cannot afford. And that is something that I would like to highlight going forward. High energy consumption of our water supply because of the terrain, very hilly, and it does recognize the importance of alternative energy sources, but perhaps I think they could be targeted a little bit more aggressively in coordination with the national energy sector plans. Inadequate storage capacity. I think this is quite heavily influenced by the problems of the people in Kingston and the metropolitan area. Those are very important, don't get me wrong. But, you know, it's possible to do micro dams to utilize mined out pits by the bauxite companies for the rural areas. You know, we have to begin to think of planning water storage capacity along with the growth of consumption, wherever that consumption and from whatever source it is coming. And the fourth of the main issues that is highlighted is inadequate infrastructure. Currently, there's a very important critical project that is mapping where the pipes are and the respective lock-offs and so on. You know, it is in Jamaican society, the man who knows where the lock-off at this road is, well, he's not there anymore, so nobody not sure. He may turn the wrong lock-off, as has happened in the past, and emptied one of our reservoirs. So mapping of pipelines and pumps is very necessary. And recently, with the infrastructure problems to develop the highways, a lot of the pipes were damaged precisely because we didn't know where exactly they were. So there's a lot of information that we need to get, and in the case of infrastructure, that is particularly critical. There's also mention of deforestation and the impact on watersheds, but there are other sources of damage to the environment, such as mining, which needs to be addressed. Similarly, climate change impacts are mentioned, but again, I suggest that we need a little bit more emphasis there, and you know, rather than just almost as an aside in the process. I may be being unfair here, but it is primarily to suggest more emphasis. So I'm going to suggest to you that we need to rebalance the vision a little bit more to give more attention to the rural issues where half of the population lives, where access to pipe water is much less than in the Kingston metropolitan area, and where 15% of the population is not served by the NWC. I think I would like to see a little more emphasis on them, a little more emphasis on agriculture, which is the largest consumer, and needs much more to support the expansion of farming outside of the traditional plantation areas. So it's one thing to cite irrigation as a whole, but it's important to distinguish where that irrigation is and who is benefiting from it. The plan recognizes the need for investment in irrigation, but seems to just ascribe this to the private providers of irrigation alone. And in doing so, what it does is it cites government's fiscal constraints and the relative priority assigned to the expansion of agriculture. I want you to think about this a little bit, because if water has a higher priority, then even within the limited fiscal constraints of the government, it could get more attention if it had a higher priority. And if agriculture, which depends so much on that priority, on water, had itself a higher priority in our development process, then the fiscal constraints may not seem as binding as they are presented to be. We need to see water as one of the most important dimensions of the environment that goes along with land, rivers, aquifers, minerals, forests, renewable energy, and so on. An integrated water resource management approach does take this position. And therefore, I assume that mining falls within that purview. Obviously, water is fundamental to public health. We are in a pandemic now where that point is pointed out. And looking down the road, there are probably going to be more pandemics. And ultimately, the success of the current agriculture and expansion of that sector, the housing, construction, all of them are going to require water. And therefore, the planning of water has to be in tune with the planning for agriculture, industry, the environment, construction, public health, etc. So I would want to propose that water is more than just a simple sector in the GDP accounting framework. It has to be integral to the environment and hence inherently connected to the land management, forest management, river management, mining, etc. Now, we have mentioned the way it is to connect it with these different aspects. Jamaica's two main resources are its people and its environment. And it is in that sense that I think water is integral to the development process. So I am going to suggest to you that we have to begin to see water in the context of a central aspect of economic development, and not as an aside, as something to help along other things which are more important in the way in which we plan our economic development. With regard to the private sector, I take the position we're looking at both government and private sector. There's the issue of cherry picking that the government points out, and the issue of sovereignty, which the private sector people point out. But ultimately, the government cannot give up revenue earning opportunities and bear the cost of social water, as they say. So some balance, I agree with Adrian, has to be made between the two of them. So I pose the main question then. Should one of the main objectives of economic development be to get people sufficient income so that they can pay for water? Alternatively, if the development strategies do not generate those incomes, then the government will forever have to be subsidizing water. So I think that there needs to be this balance, as Adrian has pointed out, much more importance attached to the efficiency of public supplies, and particularly the operations of the NWC, but an increase in the importance of water and sanitation in the public investment of the government of Jamaica. So for the public-private partnerships, though, I would like to suggest a little broader interpretation. One is that private investment should also include community organizations, which could capitalize their labor for various local water supplies. We need to broaden the notion of private investment to include the communities in their organizations. I think we have to make sure that we bring in the private owners of forests who have access to water resources on their lands. I think that we also need to find ways to encourage pension funds and insurance funds that seek long-term investments into water projects. And finally, let me bring to your attention that the government is now working on what it calls a green economy investment strategy, which will encourage investments in the greening of the economy. And by greening of the economy, they mean to promote activities, investment in projects to promote activities that reduce the carbon footprint of the economy, that enhances the efficiency of natural resource management on a sustainable basis, that addresses the issue of adaptation to climate change, and that promotes the inclusiveness of the economy by way of providing jobs and opportunities for entrepreneurship for the broad population, in particular the small small entrepreneurs. Now, if you look at those things, in the context of the discussions we have had so far, water projects driven by renewable energy, managed sustainably, protected from sea level rise by sea level defenses and proper management of the watersheds, in such a way that people can get jobs and small community organizations, small entrepreneurs can be involved in these water projects. Water projects, therefore, are likely to be one of the most attractive areas for investment under such a strategy. That strategy is being proposed now and will obviously be a way of synthesis, a vehicle for synthesizing what is done with water, what is done with land, what is done with forestry, and all those other aspects of the environment, which is where I think the overall focus should be. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witter. And now we are going to continue with our second panelist, Lizette Vassell.
Okay.
Ms. Vassell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to begin by commending Jamaica National Foundation for this really important reasoning coming together. I'm particularly impressed and hopeful that their commitment to harness the recommendations and rigorously pursue those that are implementable will be carried forward. It's really important that at this stage, in the context of COVID and climate change, that we have some coherence. And I agree with the proposal by Mikey that these discussions should find a wider audience and that we should ensure that more people participate and know what is happening in this aspect. I'm going to basically make three main points. And the first is that while we commend the work that has been done, that is being done by the National Water Commission and other entities, we have to recognize that the state and the governments historically and into the present have failed to implement policies that give effective recognition to water and sanitation as human rights. This is a detriment to the health, livelihoods, and dignity of citizens in rural communities in particular, and of course some urban areas as well. The 2019 Water Sector Policy and Implementation Plan tells, capsules some of these areas of lack, gaps. It points to the fact, for example, that 30% of Jamaicans obtain water from standpipes, water trucks, wayside trucks, many of them old and corroded systems, and community catchments as well as rivers and streams. It points out as well that 8% of Jamaicans overall and 13% in the rural areas get their water from unimproved sources. There are few weak regulations governing drinking water. There's an absence of regulation governing drinking water quality. There is non-compliance to existing drinking water guidelines in some areas, and only 22% of Jamaicans access sewage systems. This whole matter, although the recent survey of living conditions points that over 90% have access to improved sanitation, I believe that the whole area of sanitation is an area that we really need to search out, because while we have these figures, I do know that in areas, urban areas as well as in rural areas, we do have some systems that people are not ashamed, not proud to talk about. And we know that, for example, in some communities, there's still kiting and other unhygienic ways of disposal of fecal matter. As a result of these deficiencies, a significant portion of our populations can't relate to the theme of this workshop. Although they agree that water is life, it does not resonate sufficiently with their reality. And this takes place in a context where we should know that in July 2010, Jamaica joined the world community to affirm and recognize the human rights of to water and sanitation, and acknowledge that clean water and sanitation are essential to the realization of all human rights. In other words, as a country, we have been very quick to sign these declarations and make these affirmations. And now we think that is a time to deal with those. And I want to bring the community into this conversation in a sense, and I want to take us to Gully Road in Watermount, St. Catherine. And the first picture, hopefully, pictorial number 1, will come up. Yes, that shows a picture of one Mr. Welcome sitting on a pipe. And if you can see, well, the pipe it's rotting, and it's in a place called Gully Road. And Mr. Welcome makes the point, as you can see, some of the 2 iron pipes still in the ground, full of dust. A long time it stays so, without water, and no help. No water plus no road. Just the gully we have and dry pipes, he said. A years me live up here, as I was born here. As a child, we have water in the pipes. Now is only dust. A long time we don't see pipe water. In fact, we lose faith in the system, another resident called Doc said. So when I talk about the fact that we have not lived up to the expectation and commitment of water as and sanitation as a human right, that is the first point that we want to make. Making and recognizing water and sanitation as human rights means, first of all, having access, having sustainable access to the resource. And as you can see, that is not the case. We also have on the other side Miss Hyacinth Reed. As you can see, is that the one where Miss Reed is? No, it's Miss Reed, right. Miss Reed is collecting a keg of water, and if you can see, well, from the stream or the river, perch very precariously, and she's taking that water home to do what, to meet the needs of the family, maybe to wash, cook, everything. And you ask yourself how many kegs she has to carry in order to meet the basic needs of the family. And we can imagine the tiredness that women like Miss Hyacinth feel when they come to the river and wash clothes, and the weight of, anybody ever think about what a pan of quail clothes feels like if you have to walk up distances with it. You also have to think about issues of safety and security, and I'm wearing my Thursdays in Black t-shirt today because persons' health and safety is jeopardized even in having no access to water, in having to go to the river. And Thursdays in Black is talking about our solidarity against issues of violence against women and girls, our solidarity in confirmation with that. So all of these issues are connected, and therefore we can understand the fact that citizens from Negril to Morant Point have that experience. We also go to the third pictorial, where this gentleman, Mr. Welcome, is drinking untreated water. And a third plank, another plank of the human rights to water, is safe water, safety. And the data shows us that a number of Jamaicans, a high proportion, especially in the rural areas, don't have treated water. So what one is saying is that when we think about the water system or talk about water and how we are going to have a policy that implements universal access, we have to put the people in the picture, and we have to show and understand that they have not so far been sufficiently involved and their interests have not been sufficiently secured, so that despite COVID and the threats that come with that, we are not prioritizing rural water development. Now, I want to point out that rural water and sanitation as rights does not mean that people are entitled to free water. It does not allow for unlimited use of water, and it does not entitle everyone to household connection, because some places that we live, you cannot have household connections in that place. What it does mean, however, is that we have to take into account in our planning and in our implementation the realities that face persons in Gully Road. And we have to recognize that planning without the community and without the people is against the principles of integrated water resources management. But because one of the core principles of that is participation of men and women in decision making around water. My second point is that while we have to recognize the challenges that governments face and countries face, we cannot be blinded to the effects of privatization globally and even in our own context. And we cannot just rush in to say privatization is the solution. From my perspective, we have an important choice to make in terms of how we approach this privatization issue, because regardless of the modality that we used, there can be no doubt that the aims of privatization are profit maximization, and that those have consequences unless certain provisions are taken into account and certain regulations are put in place. And this is well documented. Higher water charges and inequalities can deepen. The whole matter of not recognizing the fact that governments do not have the capacity in many instances to put in place stringent regulations is another issue. And therefore, what we have to say in relation to going forward with privatization is that we need certain specific measures. And these are very important, especially in the current context where we are hearing without fulsome discussion about these measures. The whole matter of understanding contract, making sure that the contract process for privatization elements are clear, transparent, and people know them. I also believe that going forward, we need to revisit the community management of water. We need to bring the communities into the dialogue, and we need to see how ownership and management at the local community level can be an important way of moving forward. And finally, I think that we need to recognize that we are planning for all of us, not only for some of us, and therefore we have to bring into focus the situation facing especially our rural people. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, are you hearing me? Hello?
We can hear you.
All right, all protocols observed. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting Jamaica Wells and Services Limited to this JNF Foundation Water Summit. All right, as I mentioned before, I'm Windward Lawrence, General Manager of Jamaica Wells and Services Limited. For those who don't know, Jamaica Wells and Services Limited has been serving Jamaica for over 50 years and is recognized as a premier well construction company offering a wide range of services in Jamaica. We have a sister company, Talawa Investments Limited, which is a private bulk water supply company, which offers reverse osmosis water, as well as treated water to the Kingston and St. Andrew metropolitan area. All right, we have been invited to present on the case of increasing privatization of water supply in order to meet demand and efficiency. And I'm trying to give you a perspective from the private sector side of things. We recognize that the issue of privatized water has been a hotly contested debate, not only locally, but worldwide. In Jamaica and by extension the world, there is the thought process that that water is a basic right, and some people see it because it falls directly from the sky, that it should be free. But there's a huge disconnect from water falling from the sky or from rivers and being able to be delivered into your pipes cleanly and reliably. Those with access to water in their pipes often take it for granted the complexities that are involved in getting water to that point. And we know that water is life, right? Private entities are responsible to their boards, their investors, and their shareholders. Therefore, the bottom line of any company, any private company, is profitability. To a greater extent, the government responsibilities lies with the citizens, and this may at times be to the detriment of profitability, right? As you know that there has to be some social aspect of water. And through these governmental organizations, they strive for, although they strive for profitability, they would not be operating at the same margins that makes the venture attractive to private organizations, right? Specifically as it pertains to Jamaica, while I do not believe that a fully privatized industry would be prudent or even possible in the near future. I believe that there's a tremendous opportunity for diversity in the market and the water sector, for private investors in providing water, be it bottled or in bulk, to the society, to the benefit of all. And we can put it another way, that government organizations often find themselves bound by procurement procedures and bureaucratic red tape that does not lend itself to be the most efficient and responsive to the needs of society, all right? And it is in these areas that the private companies can fill the gap, and in conjunction with the established municipalities work together to provide the citizens of Jamaica with a more efficient and continuous supply of clean drinking water, all right? The argument for increase in presence of the private organization in the water scenario is broad. However, I would like to focus on really 3 scenarios. And the first is private organization as independent bulk water providers. And you'd hear that has been mentioned a number of times in previous to this presentation. Organization will be selling water to the municipality. And there was, I think I mentioned by Dr. Cashman that there are some 16 of these arrangements already in place. All right, the second scenario we're going to look at is the housing developers in conjunction with private water provider construct and manage private water supplies rather than handing them over to the municipalities. All right, and then the third is that private organizations and institutions with high demand but with limited or no expertise in the field, and also they may have limited financing for capital in outlay, they can outsource the water supply to private water companies, all right? So the private organization as independent bulk water providers, all right? This category can be further broken down into 2 subcategories, and that is new infrastructure and also taking over the existing infrastructure that has become defunct. Regarding the new development of the independent water providers, we will look at areas that historically has a shortfall in water supplies. These areas are usually in unplanned communities where persons have settled and subsequent generations have extended these communities. Municipalities may be unable to immediately address these settlements as obligation to maintain or retrofit existing infrastructure coupled with the implementation of capital projects for more populous communities may take priority over these communities. This can present an opportunity for private organizations to implement water treatment facilities to sell bulk water to the NWC, who already has the administrative framework in place to deal with the members of the public, while the organization will have a single entity, which is the NWC, to deal with. All right, the second approach would have the similar outcome. However, in this case, the investors could take over existing derelict supplies in areas where the water quality has deteriorated and is in need of additional treatment and non-traditional treatment. All right, some of these treatment methods may not be what the current municipalities has along their slate, and so private organizations can step in these cases who have a proven track record in the form of treatment and retrofit and modernize and re-implement these water supply and selling water to the municipality. All right, the second case where they join with the developers. As it stands presently, the NWC developers plan, the NWC developers plan allow for the NWC to take over operations built by the developers. However, there's an opportunity for private companies to, in conjunction with the developers, build the water supply plants with the sole purpose of planning to operate these water supplies. There are private companies already doing this in several communities around Jamaica, and this type of partnership prevents a number of advantages for those involved. One, it guarantees clients for the private water companies. Two, the developers do not have to go out of their way to source equipment from NWC's approved equipment list, which NWC has to have redundancies and parts availability. And thirdly, as for private water companies, these developers normally have a higher compliance. These developments normally have a higher compliance, hence short duration to turn a non-profit, to turn a profit, all right? So partnering with large entities for supply. There are scenarios where organizations or institutions have high need for water However, in some cases, the user does not have the expertise or capital for the implementation of a full water supply scheme. Couple this with the fact that these organizations are sometimes located in areas that the NWC supply is either limited due to the quality of water or simply lack of volume, or where the present infrastructure is oversubscribed. This is a prime opportunity for private water companies to offer their services. Entities such as hospitals, schools, to name a few, are prime candidates, especially if they fall in one or more of the categories named. There is a large, in one of the categories I'll name, right? There is a large change in demand over the course of the day, where uninterrupted water supply is needed and downtime mitigation is critical, and where different quality of water is needed for different operations on the same premises. In cases like these, it's important that the plants have daily monitoring of parameters such as chlorine residuals and other parameters in accordance with the IJAM standards. The levels of treatment and chemical and equipment operating parameters also have to be monitored, that there is no compromise in quality or continuity of water supply. And as stated earlier, the institution or organization does not have the requisite skill to conduct the monitoring and maintenance. Here is where the private companies can be useful. They can provide water through metered connection to the institution in question at an agreed tariff that has been regulated by the various statutory bodies. And once they meet the requisite quality and performance standard, a symbiotic relationship can be had between the suppliers and the users. All right, now, despite all the many positives that additional privatization presents, these scenarios are not without their share of pitfalls, right? Revenue collection is a problem faced in Jamaica, not only in the water sector, but in various industries across the island. The idea that water is a natural resource and therefore it should be free is one that persists throughout the psyche of many Jamaicans, and one that needs to be abolished for economic growth to take place. And nowhere is that more pronounced than in our very water sector. In fact, the NWC has a whole drive trying to stamp out non-revenue water. And as Dr. Witter stated earlier, I mean, there are varying reasons for the non-revenue water, but one of those is in fact the non-compliance by those who are unable to afford the commodity and those who are able to afford the commodity, right? Right. Although the examples provided by presentation are different from the NWC's mandate to provide water to the nation through its distribution network, mainly through volatile communities and challenging terrain, private investment will initially target specific needs and shortfall. And hopefully it's not really considered as cherry picking, but again, we have to look at something that is profitable and beneficial to all involved. All right. Commitments regarding independent water providers, who are supplying to municipalities. The independent water providers will essentially have only one client. There needs to be some framework that gives the potential investors some form of security that as long as they meet the agreed predetermined quality and standard for an agreed period, which allows for profitability at IWP, right? The municipality should not be able to simply discontinue use of service prior to the agreed time if there is no breach in quality or supply standard without swift recourse. Lack of this type of framework will preclude more companies from embarking on these type of enterprises. And I believe Mrs. Bassel has also spoken about contracts, right? The issue of commitment again is raised where you have, similar to the framework just stated, there needs to be one that prohibits the entities now, for that this are the private sector or the individual entities, from just packing up and leaving without meeting their obligations, right? In closing, I'd like to thank the JN Foundation again for inviting us to participate in this ongoing discussion. We are cognizant of the fact that all the solutions are not possibly in a 2-day seminar. However, we are confident that out of this and such events, we'll be able to improve the lives of Jamaicans. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winward. And to summarize very briefly, because we are already over time, and we need, we would like to have a few questions answered that have appeared on the chat. Just a few ideas that were presented today. First of all, there is a need to give more attention to the rural sector. Also, we should take the private sector, and we should give it a more broader definition to include community organizations as well. And something that was said about the fact that there is a significant portion of the population that doesn't have proper access to water and sanitation. So recognizing human rights and access to water as a human right is key. However, water and sanitation shouldn't be free. And what was mentioned in the last presentation is that there's a huge disconnect today between the water that is falling from the sky and is considered by many people as a free good, and getting that water through pipes to their homes that has a cost. So I would leave it here, and I will, in the interest of time, I will get to the questions in the chat directly, since we're running out of time. And the first question is, what are your thoughts on a regional approach to food security and the incorporation of virtual water in the water policy? For example, tracking the trade of virtual water embodied in agricultural products and others, from water abundant spaces like Guyana to water challenge spaces in order to reduce agriculture consumption of blue water. And I will ask Mr. Witter to try to answer this question.
As I understand what the question is that's a challenge that we have in Jamaica here, which is to move water from where it is abundant to where it is not. And that difficulty here is what causes a lot of the cost of water because of the energy. I think that there are ways we could do that that would not be as expensive, but that's another matter. Regionally, I know that, for instance, I think it is Antigua imports water from Dominica, which is water rich. Jamaica is relatively water rich compared to a lot in the Caribbean. And one of the things about climate change, one of the threats of climate change is where we will get climate change refugees. And one of the places in the Caribbean, one of the places they are likely to come is to Jamaica, where they have water. So in that sense, we do have the challenge of distributing surplus water across the country. But on the other hand, we are part of a regional network that maybe in the 2050s, we're going to feel pressure from people moving from, say, southern Haiti, certainly Cayman Islands and places like that to Jamaica, where we have relative abundance of water now. Although Adrian Cashman has warned us that that may be ephemeral. That's the best I can do with that question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witter. I will go to the second question. How do we help rural people plan to harvest and store sufficient water for needs with current climate change rainfall data so they can get through a dry month? And I will ask Ms. Vassal to answer this one.
I think that it hinges on people's understanding of the problem and their involvement in crafting the solutions to the problem. And I think that people more and more in the communities understand what's happening in relation to climate change, for example, but they are removed from the discussion about solutions, in whatever area. So how can we get people to be more responsive, get them more involved? and seek their opinions, have them participate in looking at the problem and in crafting the solution and in responding to the solution. And that is why I believe that community involvement in water systems alongside the municipal authorities, which have responsibility for hundreds of small water systems, that involvement at that level is what is going to be important in addressing the problems of a critical section of our people.
Thank you very much. And I will also give you this following question. It's addressed to you. So can you elaborate on your views and experiences regarding water supply decentralization and community management?
This was an experience that took place in the early 2000s for over about 8 years. The government decided, the Ministry of Water and Housing decided to implement community management of water across 4 parishes, and persons developed their benevolent societies. They participated in crafting the systems alongside the Rural Water Supply Limited. And we reached a stage where small systems were built in St. Mary, in Mile Gully, and in another community there, in Gravel Hill, and a process was put in place where persons decided and constructed a relevant system, as well as in St. Elizabeth. But the thing about it, although people, and of course in St. Thomas, where in White Horses, the people had their system and they collected their funds and they were into management. But I think that the disconnect in the water policy, in a sense, in terms of its implementation, meant that there was not enough scope to enable and support the persons to develop their systems. So that when the government changed, that system was put out, and the one in Mile Gully, for example, was turned over to the NWC, but I'm not even sure now whether the NWC accepted that. In other words, we never ever had at the table the parish councils, the NWC, the communities sitting and working in a collaborative framework to accept and support this modality. And the same thing is happening now. I have not seen where the parish councils, for example, are a part of this dialogue. And I do not see anything that speaks to their involvement in solving the problem, even in the water policy that is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. And I will leave the last question we have in the chat for Mr. Winworth. Lawrence, regarding well water abstraction, how bad is the saline intrusion problem, and what is being done to resolve the issue?
All right. In terms of exact numbers, I cannot give you that. However, we are fortunate enough to have Mr. Fernandez, who will be giving his thoughts on the day, the Summit Rapporteur, who was a former managing director of RRA, so he can give you more specifics in terms of number. But but we know that in the Rear Corbry Linstead Basin, there is a moratorium. In the Ligani Basin, that's the corporate area, there is also a moratorium due to saline intrusion. There is, in Montego Bay, we have that situation as well. So we find that among the densely populated areas that they have high historical pumping, there is some evidence of saline intrusion. The Water Resource Act, managed by the Water Resource Authority, have been put in place to regularize and regulate the well construction people like ourselves, clients as well, who pump their own supplies there, to ensure that water levels are monitored, water quality results are given on a monthly basis, that's usage. There's also biannual tests that are required by the same WRA as to investigate and monitor what the existing qualities are in the individual wells and look at patterns that shows any degradation or deterioration of the water supplies. I remember in 2019, there was the introduction of, I think, a volume-based fees where more stringent monitoring is being done on pumping wells to see the annual abstraction rate has to be tabulated and those fees put in place. In recent times, the licensing regime, that also every 5 years, your license is looked at to see what, how compliant you are in carrying out the test and their recording and presentation of data to the authority. So what is happening is it's a more scientific approach is being taken by the authority in monitoring and regulating wells, and also where they see that there's a degradation in water, then a moratorium is put in place to seize new wells or further stress on those aquifer. Right?
Thank you very much. I think our time is up. We are about 20 minutes over time. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the audience for the participation, the questions, and a special thanks to our panelists for their very insightful presentations. Thank you all.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen, participants all. We have come to the end of day one of the JN Water Summit, and I think it has been a really good day, and the presentations in the afternoon has certainly stirred quite a bit of controversy as well as brought to fore the many shortcomings of the water policy. I think that in this, the minister made a presentation and spoke about privatization of the NWC. Now, privatization tends to connote increased costs to consumers. And what happens is, based on experience in countries like Bolivia and Argentina in the past, where privatization of water systems has taken place, they have had to be reversed because of serious demonstrations by people, indigenous persons, as well as poor who were unable to afford a new price for water. But we're still a long way from privatization, as pointed out by Dr. Cashman in his presentation on the National Sector Water Policy. What strikes me, though, is that many, many years ago, we had separated from the National Water Commission the responsibility for rural water supply systems and given that over to the parish councils. Now we have come back, taking them away from the parish councils, in some instances giving it back to the parish council, to the National Water Commission, and then now we're seemingly separating it in terms of utility service areas and non-utility service areas between the Rural Water Supply and the National Water Commission. And these changes, I'm not sure, are in the best interest of either the water sector or the public at large. So it's something that we have to look at carefully. Dr. Cashman, of course, pointed out the issues with the water policy and that we are certainly nowhere near getting things flowing, as the whole issue of resources and up-to-date reliable resources is very, very critical to moving the water policy forward. The Water Resources Authority has just updated the National Water Resources Development Master Plan, which should contain information on resources availability as well as resources that have been allocated and which basins, hydrologic basins, are in a state that may make it difficult to meet the water demands exerted on it. As stated, both Kingston Basin and St. Catherine, Kingston Basin and the Rio Cobra Basin, which is St. Catherine, are the two basins that have long been having difficulty. In the Kingston Basin, primarily from disposal of sewage into soakaway pits, which has contaminated several wells. And in St. Catherine, the overpumping of the aquifers due to overallocation in the southern part, which has led to saline intrusion. Those are issues that we have to look at and how best we can overcome those issues to bring water quality back to a level that will allow us to meet all the water demands for the citizens. It's important that in looking at the issue of water being an economic or a social good, there doesn't seem to be a final answer. In some instances, and Dr. Witt has stated that it is neither economic or a social good. I think it's a bit of both. And I probably will agree with him, because certainly if you look at water in terms of an economic good, it generates absolutely critical for agriculture industry. There are many industries that cannot survive without water and need to move forward. And it's also critical that everybody have access to water, high quality, reliable water, for health and sanitation. So we have to look at it from the point of view of not necessarily being either or, but a bit of both. And I think one of the critical issues raised by Ms. Lynette Vassell is the issue of water and human rights. I know in the Hague Declaration way back some years ago, there was one of the tenets was that water be recognized as a human right and things. And she pointed out the types of situations we have where there's no water, there's no access, the quality of water, there's no safe water, and basically where people have to go to get access to water creates a problem in terms of health and safety. I think, though, that there is clearly the need for us to have better education and better discussions with the public in dealing with climate change issues. Many persons don't believe that climate change is occurring or will occur. And of course, water is going to be the most affected resource in the climate change that is predicted, both in terms of availability as well as the quality. Because in an island situation like ours, reduced recharge, increased abstraction, and increased temperatures, as predicted by climate change, may lead to increased pumping of water, and that could lead to seawater intrusion, increased seawater intrusion. So we have to get people to recognize and to understand what climate change is and how their everyday actions impact on climate change, and also what we can do to reduce those impacts. So again, let me thank you for your questions and for your participation today. And tomorrow, we look forward to another interesting day of presentations, starting in the morning with the issue of water security for small island states like Jamaica. And then we're looking at a topic, how build it and water will come. And we end the day with the COVID-19 and its injection of an urgency in meeting the water demand across the island and the Caribbean on a whole. So again, let me wish you good evening. Thank you for your participation, and to say a big thank you to JN Foundation for hosting this Water Summit. And as we continue into day 2, I look forward to even a greater participation, because there are some 500 registrations or more for this summit. And we'd like to see more than just 59 or 60 persons paying attention and participating rigorously in the Water Summit. Again, thank you, and a very good evening to you all.